Reclaim your throne.
What's good, YouTube? It's your boy Reclaim Your Throne coming at you with another crazy video. But first, my goal is to get to 5,000 subscribers by the end of the month. So make sure you go ahead and like, comment, share, subscribe. And you already know, Reclaim Your Throne. So guys, let's get into it. Let me adjust my camera real quick. We have a very interesting broadcast today. Give me 1 second. Trying to adjust my mic. I need to screw this thing back in because it's super loose right now. But we are about to have some fun with this one. Guys, we're about to break down another Brittany Renner video. She gives us a lot of content to go over, and I think that it can help the men out here, especially when it comes to dating. Okay. And in this video, she is pretty much being interviewed by Anton Daniels. So shout out to Anton Daniels for the interviews and whatnot with Brittany Renner. But let's see, he's dropped a few of these. So let me just prep them up for you guys. I should have had this prepped up already, but he's dropped a few of these interviews with Brittany Renner. He's thrown them into a playlist. We're going to break down every single one that he has released so far. I did want to wait until the full thing was out, but I can't wait anymore. There's too many different things that she talks about. And I have pretty much broken down Brittany Renner to a T. I've broken her down to a T, and I have really explained to you guys where she's coming from, how she learned how to be Black by going to an HBCU because she grew up with white family. So she was going through an identity crisis. We've covered pretty much every angle of the Brittany Renner discussion. So let's see. There's quite a few videos. Okay. So we're gonna break it down. Give me 1 second. I've got a couple more to load up. And then we'll be ready to get after it. I had a couple buddies send me these interviews. So shout out to the homie Alpha Zoe, who sent me this interview initially. And that's why I had to go ahead and check it out and see what was going on. But if you guys do not know, man, my links are down below. Make sure you check me out on Instagram. Make sure you check me out on YouTube. Make sure you check me out on TikTok, all the platforms. Let me know if my mic is good as well. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Shout out to Leo Burke. He says, "Is it just me?" I don't know what he is referring to in particular, but you know, we will keep it moving. All right, let me adjust this mic one more time. Okay, because I want it to be in my face. I want this stream to be very audible so that I don't have to go back. On the last stream where we broke down Sophie the Stallion, the Instagram Tatiana OnlyFans slore bag, we broke that video down, and the audio was a little too high for my liking when I listened to the playback. So what we're gonna do now, we're gonna break down this Brittany Renner video. So I mean, let's get straight into it. We're not going to hold back. We're going to use some curse words, and this is not to castigate or offend Brittany nor Anton Daniels. This is just to keep it a buck about the dating space. I think that he's pretty much trying to humanize, quote unquote, humanize Brittany Renner, which obviously we understand that she is a human. She has needs, she has feelings, and all this other good shit. But at the same time, I don't want young men, to be making the same mistakes that PJ Washington did by impregnating Brittany Renner. So All your chats will be read. We will have it'll be an open discussion. Um, we will have an open dialogue, open conversation. You don't have to send a super chat. We are not monetized yet. We have 200 more watch hours to go before we are monetized on this channel. So we're going to keep pushing. I'm going to continue to keep putting this content out for you guys, and we're going to keep it a buck, okay? If you are watching on Quarantino to God, make sure you come over to Reclaim Your Throne, because Quarantino to God is heavily censored, heavily shadow banned. So just come over to Reclaim Your Throne, and we will get you guys all squared away. Let me adjust this camera once more. All right. And we're good. Let's get into it.
Parents. So I'm guessing that your grandfather was also involved in your life, though, right?
He was. He kind of was just kind of like an idle background person for me in my life. Like,
okay, so she's basically about to break down the relationship that she had with her grandfather. There were some accusations going around in the family, which we cannot confirm nor deny. We're just taking her word for it. And this, I would not say that this contributes. I would not say that this contributes to her state right now, because I think she learned of her grandfather's activities within the family a lot later in life. So I wouldn't say that that contributes to the state that she's in. But from her explaining the relationship that she had, it doesn't seem like he was a strong male role model per se. It just seems like he was kind of there, you know, and he was just present, but he wasn't laying the law down in any type of way. You know, a lot of these old timey relationships, it was definitely the happy wife, happy life thing. So the man really didn't have much say in the household. And if he did, then he was just trying to keep peace with his woman. Mr. Jake the Great says, so her grandfather is why she is a sleut? Cap. Yeah, man. And she can't blame her current lifestyle on the grandfather, but she's just bringing it up to add to the excuses of quote unquote trauma that she's undergone, underwent, even though the grandfather didn't touch her, which she explicitly said.
me and my grandma were really close. She was a Pisces too. And then I later found out that he had inappropriately touched like people in our family. So
wait, the grandfather?
So, and this is a claim coming from a woman that has little credibility. And for her to be putting out her family business like this, in my opinion, is distasteful. You know, even disgraceful, that she would be putting out her grandfather as if he's some type of fucking pedophile or a child molester, which there is no evidence of this, just hearsay, word of mouth. You know, back in the day, you didn't have to be as cognizant as where you placed your hands when you're, you know, greeting somebody, embracing somebody. Oftentimes you would see that men, when they greet women, they would place their hand on the small of a woman's back. So that means like lower back area and whatnot. I don't understand or know what she means by he actually touched somebody. But what we will say is we cannot confirm nor deny these allegations.
Yeah. There was never like sex, but it was inappropriate touching. And so this whole time I had this idea that my grandparents were these angels, and it's not that they in their own right they weren't,
drinking.
but
the whole
I'm sorry,
thing.
it's just a lot of truth.
We've been drinking before this even started.
But it's like, so now I really don't have much to say in a positive way about him, just because I didn't learn the truth until I was like 26, 27. So it's like all these secrets. I hate secrets.
And this is my issue with this. How do you know that it's the truth? Who substantiated these claims? Was there a police report? Because and this is something that I have to critique Anton Daniels about as well. You have a woman blatantly accusing a man of molestation. And there was no pushback. Oh, I'm gonna have to start drinking. You know, respectfully, I fuck with Anton, but I'm gonna have to start drinking after this. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh Lord, like this is getting deep. As if he's just taking her word, like it's gospel. And it's like, bro, you don't know. She is literally accusing her own grandfather, her own lineage of molestation, of inappropriate touching. And you know, the fact that he's a man and he gave no pushback is discerning, especially if he claims to be a part of the manosphere.
But yeah, that's why I never really talked about him. I was really close to my grandma. That was like,
Rita told me to ask you, how did you feel before you came here? What was your expectations coming into this thing?
nervous about what we were going to talk about because I, was on your YouTube channel. I saw where you guys did a 4-hour live about what I get in child support. So in my mind, I already was kind of prejudging you, like, great, you just want to tear me apart, just like everybody else. So when I finally landed, this is the airport. Prince was like, he's outside to take you to the hotel. I was like, I'm not riding with him. I don't know. I'm not going with him. I don't know. I'm like, why aren't you here?
I did not notice, Rita.
Yeah, I'm like, I'm not riding with him. And that's why I was on the phone with him. I was like, fuck that. I'm like, I've been through so much shit. And then so Prince was like, well, he's outside, so maybe just ride and see. Because Prince, sometimes he lets me go through my theatrics, and once I kind of get back to a neutral point, I'm ready to go. So as I hang up the phone with him, before I hang up the phone with him, I was like, well, I swear to God, Prince, I'm not playing anymore. If I have to cuss him out in the car, if I got to tell him about himself, I will.
You're a firecracker.
Yes, because I was like, fuck that. I'm not about to be. I was like, the disrespect is done. I was like, today is the day. So once I got in the car and we talked, it was like that 20-30 minutes flew by, and I felt so comfortable coming into this interview because you read my book.
I swear to God, you exhibited none of that. Like, if you hadn't told me that, right? If Rita hadn't told me to ask you that, I would have not known at all. Because in the car, you were just like a little baby.
Well, I wanted to keep an open mind.
Well, Prince is your guardian angel, apparently. Because you was just like a little baby. You was like water.
Yeah.
You was just flowing. You was chilling. You was comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
The whole 9 yards.
But I think it also comes.
And I don't like this likening a grown woman to a little baby. Obviously, we say that women are grown children, which, stands true. But at the same time, I think it's almost a way to skirt accountability for certain actions. And like, oh, you're just such a sweetheart, even though this is a 30-year-old woman. Oh, you're such a baby. You just melted in my hands when you got in the car. Da 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 da. And I find it distasteful because this is a grown woman, and she is accountable for her actions, and she's talking about she's been through so much shit. But all of these wounds that she has incurred are absolutely self-inflicted. Shout out to Mr. Jake the Great. He says, oh God, they've been drinking. Inhibitions have been lowered. He also says, respectfully, this man looked like zesty Rick Ross. Lord have mercy. Like I said, I fuck with Anton Daniels, but we are absolutely open to jokes around here. Just like people make jokes on me, we can make jokes on other people and still keep the discussion respectful. So, hey guys, keep the critiques coming about me, about Britt, about Anton, about whoever you want. Let's just keep the conversation flowing.
From also like being trusting men and then having your trust betrayed in different ways, different layers.
God.
So I feel like for me,
I'm sorry, I gotta stop it. Trusting men and having your trust betrayed, dude. You literally, you wrote a book about the men that you slept with. You don't think that they actually wanted to keep those intimate occurrences private? And she's talking about her trust being betrayed. Well, you did that same thing right back. We don't want all our business out there. This is the same reason why Cam Newton said that he doesn't want to be seen with you. He doesn't want to date you. Like, he can be your friend and whatnot, but he'll never take you seriously because you're a chatterbox. You're a chatty patty. You're putting out everybody else's business and betraying their trust. But then when your trust gets betrayed, oh, all hell breaks loose and you're the victim. fuck out of here.
I mean, I actually haven't talked about this, but now it's just coming up. But I had, oh my God, it might be a heavy thing to say. But basically, I had a guy best friend who, like, touched me when I was asleep.
Okay, so she had a guy best friend who tried to fuck her, who wanted to fuck this whole time. We have already established that men and women cannot be friends, especially if you guys are attracted. Now, obviously, a man can be friends with an ugly bitch all day. Like, I could be friends with a bitch who looked like Zoe the Gemini or some shit like that, who I've reviewed on my channel multiple times. But when it comes to a woman that you're actually attracted to, like a Brittany Renner, like I said, I'm sure that Brittany Renner would be cool to kick it with and whatnot, and she got good vibes, quote unquote. But at the end of the day, you're gonna want to fuck her, okay? You're gonna want to fuck her, and that's not a flex to say, "Oh, you want to fuck me, but you're talking shit about me." No, I mean, men, at the end of the day, we want to fuck a pretty girl, and she is attractive, okay? As far as the body goes, now when we talk about the face, there's a lot of makeup. She has acne. You know, we've seen her bare face, which you can see in the thumbnail. You know, she's been breaking out a little bit, but at the end of the day, overall, you know, she's a 6 going on 7. She is a you know, fairly attractive woman. So there's no way that you're going to have a genuine male friend who doesn't want to have sex with you, unless he's a homosexual.
Like before my 30th birthday, and
Wait, what?
like recently, like a few months ago.
And I'm gonna tell you this, dude. If I mean, and I know Anton Daniels is married and whatnot, but if you are repeatedly spending time with a woman like Brittany Renner, especially a woman who dresses like her, scantily clad, and she's spending the night over your house, or you're spending the night over her house, bro, you're gonna want to fuck her at the end of the day. I mean, I'm sure when he initially saw her, he was like, damn, you know, her body is on fleek. I mean, the pregnancy bounce back is something else. You see what I'm saying? So it's just like, and obviously he can tone that back and whatnot, but a man's biological urge is going to react. And there's no way that she didn't know that this guy had any interest in fucking her. There's no way. She liked the attention. She liked the validation that this guy gave her. She liked the fact that she could console him, or go to him and confide in him and be consoled by him, and get that boyfriend treatment without actually having to have sex with this guy. And I guarantee that this guy was not her ideal physical attractiveness. Maybe he's not that 6'5" guy. Maybe he's a little overweight, okay? Maybe he is not as handsome in the face. There are things that made her not want to sleep with him, but put him in the friend zone, and it most likely had to do with his physicality, what he looked like. And then we go back to, oh, well, men are the most superficial. No, that's fucking bullshit. Women are way more superficial than men, okay? And we see it in this way because this guy, he was friends with her for 10 years. I'm sure he's a great guy. Okay? But she didn't want to date him because he doesn't look good enough, even though he would be a great guy, probably great husband, great boyfriend, great father, treated her like they were in a relationship without getting sex. And this is where a lot of men fail, because you're sitting there putting yourself in the friend zone and you think you're going to get out of the friend zone by like being nice. And women don't like guys who are nice to them, point blank.
And it fucked my whole view of men up, because it's like I already went through so much stuff with heartache, and then I had this friend who 10 plus years who violated me when I was sleeping. He didn't know I was awake, because when I drink, I wake up at like 3-4 in the morning. It's weird. So I was telling Prince, I'm like, I don't want to get in the car. I'm afraid. Like that's the root of it. It was afraid. I'm like, what if he takes me and I'm in a ditch? What if he wants to hurt me? What if all this fear was playing out? So that was the core. It had nothing to do with you personally.
Yeah, absolutely.
It was just like, I'm afraid. I can't trust men. Men aren't safe. I don't want to ride with him. Why the fuck didn't you tell me I was riding with him?
So wait, let's back up, right? Because one of the things that I've been talking about on my platform extensively, and I've been getting a lot of pushback from it, simply because I think that it's a problem in communities in general that people don't talk about, right? And one of the things that I was telling you when you jumped in the car and we was just kicking in and having a conversation because I like to build relationships with people, right? One of the things I was telling you was that I just like to go based off of however the flow of the conversation go, right? But to bring it back, one of the things I've been highlighting in the community is that the thing that people have not been talking about is the things that go on in our households
Yep.
or behind the scenes that a lot of people cover up. It's that uncle or, everybody know that guy in the family, and it's a lot of people that's been touched or molested or
Okay, and see, I gotta stop him here. We're literally taking her word as the truth, as the gospel. Mind you, she never said that her grandfather actually molested her, touched her, or anything like that. She learned of inappropriate touching that he may have done to other family members. So these are second-hand accounts as well. Did she go and have a conversation with her grandfather and say, hey, granddad, there's some rumors going around, about the family tree that you had touched, cousin this and cousin that and whatnot. So, like, are you fucking kidding me? She's literally accusing this guy of doing something that, quite frankly, nobody else can corroborate. Okay? So, and he's taking it at face value without giving any pushback. You're supposed to be in the manosphere, but you're taking her word as if like everything that she said is true. He's not questioning anything that she's saying, bro. He's not questioning it at all. It's just like, oh yeah, well, I heard my granddad did this and that. Well, did you ask him? No. Well, okay then.
or dealt with in the way that's not, best for that kid when they grow up. And the women and the guys too grow up with a lot of trauma. And that prevents them from being able to experience life in a way that they're supposed to, because that's not something that a child is supposed to go through, right?
It's hard to connect.
So you saying that though,
but that didn't happen to her. It didn't happen to her. Nobody touched her inappropriately. Nobody did anything to her. As a matter of fact, she learned about these inappropriate touching, this alleged inappropriate touching, way into her adulthood. So what are we talking about here?
Right? Gives a lot of perspective. And I think that feeds into, or it opens up conversations based off.
Because I'm going to tell you what, if he was an actual predator, if her grandfather was an actual predator, they cannot, and it sounds fucked up, but the reality is they cannot control those urges. So if he was a predator, he would not be able to differentiate, oh, this is my granddaughter, so I ain't going to do nothing to her, but I'll touch everybody else in the family. Fuck no. That's not how these things go. He would have done something to her. Straight up.
Of the things that people are experiencing, but we automatically.
Guys, if you're on TikTok and you're following this stream, I'm streaming on YouTube. This TikTok is probably going to be taken down eventually. So make sure you go to my YouTube channel and check me out on Instagram, because we are breaking down this Brittany Renner video.
We throw a label on and say, yo, she's no good, or you throw them out, or we don't try to understand the trauma behind or why people think what they think. The only thing that we do is we automatically judge them and then we throw them to the wolves.
Yeah.
So you saying that though, kind of, speaks to the thing that we've been talking about for a long time. But let me back up, right? Because one of the goals for me was to understand you, right?
That's the first.
I'm not interested.
All this stuff.
I'm not interested in.
That's bullshit. Kevin Samuels tried to understand her as well.
The headlines and baby mama, baby dad. I don't care nothing about that shit. Like, that don't mean nothing to me. I'm interested in finding out who you are, why you think the way you think, why you're a firecracker sometimes, why you like a little baby when you get into the right environment, when you get comfortable. I want to know everything about that. So I've read your book. I told you I read your book when we were in the car, right? And I got so many questions that may not even have been addressed in the book, right? But just to bring it back for a lot of the people that are not familiar with your story, you grew up, or you were born in Ohio, right?
Ontario, Ohio.
And then you moved to Mississippi.
Ocean Springs, Mississippi.
Why did you move to Mississippi?
So my mom was in an abusive relationship, and she had asked us, like, hey, do you guys want to move down south with your grandparents? And at the time, we just thought we were moving to be with our grandparents. Had no idea what she was going through. So she had asked if we randomly wanted to move to Mississippi, and we did. And what I also didn't understand when I wrote the book too was how controlling my grandma was and how she kicked my mom like out of the picture. And
Okay, so also conflicting accounts from Brittany Renner. Before, I've already broken down the video where she talked about the relationship between her mother and her grandmother and whatnot. And these are conflicting accounts. Her mother was not stable enough to raise the children, point blank. She was, like she said, she was in abuse of a relationship. And who picked the man? Mama. Okay. Then there was a point where she, was on some controlled substances and she could not raise a family, in a healthy environment. So what happened was, yes, she had to give over custody to the grandmother because the grandmother was more stable. And that was the best decision for her.
was like, you aren't consistent. We don't basically just wouldn't let my mom be a mom. So I moved to, I think, the end of 3rd or 4th grade to Mississippi, and my grandparents raised me from there because they didn't let my mom, they didn't let her be involved.
You mentioned your grandmother and your mother, but I never really hear you mention your grandfather. I heard you mention I read about your father, but you only mentioned him briefly in the book because you talked about, you writing him and then eventually, you trying to have a relationship
with my
him.
dad. Yeah.
Yeah. And then that quickly expired. You said your grandparents, so I'm guessing that your grandfather was also involved in your life though, right?
He was. He kind of was just kind of like an idle background person for me in my life. Like, me and my grandma were really close. She was a Pisces too. And then I later found out that he had inappropriately touched like people in our family.
Allegedly. I mean, this is ridiculous. I mean, I find it highly inappropriate to accuse this man of inappropriately touching family members when there were no arrests, no criminal complaints, no civil complaints. It's just their word versus his. And if I had to assume that he's probably dead and he could not defend his honor. It is insane how she can just straight up accuse this man of doing something when there's no evidence. Now, I don't know what happened. I was not there. But it's just like, if something did happen, this is not the platform to air this out. You don't put your family business out there. It's crazy.
So
wait, the grandfather?
Yeah. There was never like sex, but it was inappropriate touching. And so this whole time I had this idea that my grandparents were these angels, and it's not.
I mean, what the fuck does that even mean? The inappropriate touching. What was inappropriate that he did? Let's get into detail.
That they, in their own right, they weren't. Drinking. But
the whole
I'm sorry,
thing.
it's just a lot of truth.
We've been drinking before this even started.
But it's like, so now I really don't have much to say in a positive way about him, just because I didn't learn the truth until I was like 26, 27. So it's like all these secrets. I hate secrets. But yeah, that's why I never really talked about him. I was really close to my grandma. That was like.
Okay, so there goes the first accusation on grandpa. Just tarnish his name, tarnish his legacy. Lord have mercy. So we're going to take a brief intermission. We're going to take a brief intermission because I have to use the John really quickly, but we will be right back, guys. Let me just see what I can play in the meantime. We'll get a video going for you. We'll just do another workout video and then I'll be right back.
Reclaim your throne.
All right. And we're back. Okay, so this one, this clip is about when PJ Washington kicked her out, quote unquote, kicked her out. Okay. So let's watch.
It was pulled from under me.
Shout out to Mr. Jake the Great. He says, yo, by the way, Gen Z, do you have meal plans for male and female? Yeah, I do. The meal plans are coming soon. I'm dropping them shortly after. I'm dropping them shortly after the workout plan comes. So the workout plan is coming first. It's going to be the Reclaim Your Throne Elite D1 workout plan. It comes with over an hour and 60 minutes of workout videos, fully narrated by myself. So those are going to be video modules that are going to come out as well. And I'm thinking about what platform to drop it on. Not sure, maybe Teachable or something like that. But those will be out. That should be out by, honestly, it should be a week or two. But let's keep going.
When the credit card was cut off, when I was told that there was just, a change of cards coming in.
So it's just cut off altogether.
When he cut my credit card off, when he kicked me out.
My credit card, when he cut my credit card off, no, he gave you that credit card. Fuck out of here. And from my understanding, she was on like a $25,000 a month allowance. And then she ended up leaving PJ Washington only to get $2,500 a month. So he had a credit card that had a $25,000 a month limit that he would reload every month. And that was for her and the house and whatnot, just keeping up with the house, because he wanted her to kind of slow down on the Instagram thottery. So it's just wild that she's trying to make it seem like he was just the in the wrong, this whole situation, this whole scenario. But the reality is you have these women talking about, oh, strong and independent, da 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 da. But now you're like, oh, he cut my credit card off. Dude, if it was your credit card, he wouldn't be able to cut the shit off point blank. So it was his credit card. Let's keep that funky.
Out of our house when he took the car keys away, because I got rid of my Benz because he got me a Bentley, but he didn't put it in my name, so technically it wasn't mine. Pulled the fucking okie doke on me.
It's both of ours until
it's both of ours until it's time for you to get the fuck out, bitch. That's what it is. Yeah. When he ripped the rug from under me and I had to go stay with my mom in her 2-bedroom, 1-bath with, mind you, I was sleeping in the bed with.
Guys, if you're on TikTok, make sure you come to YouTube. Your chats are not going to be read on TikTok because y'all usually don't be talking about the topic. So come to YouTube if you want to have relevant chats. I'm just streaming on TikTok so that I can just fucking stream on TikTok just to keep doing something on there, because as you guys know, they shadow ban me on TikTok. So come to YouTube.
With my mom and my baby. And then my sister occupied the other room. And we had like 8 dogs total. So there are all these dogs, 4 people in this 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. And all these rumors are 200,000. And here I am in this rink-a-dink ass house.
So why were you quiet? Like, why not address the rumors based off of how you believe, how you feel like you were treated? Like, why not quell it immediately?
Because my heart was broken.
You have that.
Here we go.
The
excuses.
I'm gonna skip around a little bit because, in the same way that you choose not to mention him and protect him, I think that even though you are,
Tesla makes a chat. He says you're on the roids, huh? Let me tell you guys something just to clear this up. People keep saying this bullshit because they cannot fathom why I am able to look the way that I look, why I am able to go as hard as I go. Let's just clear this up right here. I have never taken any performance enhancement drugs ever. No creatine, no protein shakes, no pre-workout. I've said this in the last fucking live stream. I think all of that shit is for pussies, okay? I think all of that shit is for pussies, okay? Bitch made ass niggas, all right? I don't need no pre-workout to get up and go, okay? I don't. All right. All I need is some oatmeal and 2 eggs, and I'm good to go. The thing is, I don't take drugs. Okay. Never have, never will. No performance enhancing drugs, no fucking pills for, I don't know, weight cutting or anything like that. No. I work hard for my body. I work hard for my stamina. So no, I have never taken any of these drugs that you speak of. People love to say that, oh, you're on steroids, da 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 da. But I mean, they're just mad because my body is sexy.
And I'm gonna give you a little bit of credit right here, right?
Okay.
The thing that I, even in the car when we talked off camera, and even when I see you on social media, you tend to take responsibility and ownership of your situation,
Mhm.
but you protect guys in a lot of ways that people don't even really understand that you protect them, but you catch a bad end of the stick, right?
I feel like I'm gonna need some tissues.
No, why is that though? Is that something that's just inherently in you? Because you're the bad guy right now in a lot of people's minds, right? You are the person that's villain, and we hear a lot about the modern women, and baby mama's trying to catch people.
I mean, do we have to go back to her throwing water in that man's face? Let's keep it a buck. Do we have to go back to throwing the water in that man's face? Let's see. Mr. Jake the Great says Gen Z loves this shit. Get out of here, Tesla. Exactly. Like I really enjoy going hard, and I really enjoy doing my footwork workouts. I really enjoy running my miles every week. I don't know why this fucking mic keeps. Well, I know why, but damn it, I wish it could just stay stable. Hold on. Shit. Let me tighten this bolt. I'm gonna do it with my fingers real quick, but it's not gonna work. All right, as long as you guys can because I can even tell I can't really hear me. Okay, let me just get closer here and shift this over. All right, let's just move it a little bit. Guys, sorry. I don't this shit keeps pissing me off. All right, then Tesla also says, then why are you always so angry about something? How am I angry? You're always fuming, so it was a safe assumption to say roid rage. How am I angry? I'm literally just breaking down a video. This is entertainment purposes.
People up and all of this other type of stuff. But even recently, when you revealed, maybe how much, and I don't really want to get into that, but how much you maybe getting in child support and stuff.
She's getting $2,500 a month.
Stuff. You don't really throw people under the bus. You didn't.
Who is? What the fuck is he talking about? Who is there to be thrown under the bus? Who is there to be thrown under the bus? What do you mean she hasn't thrown people under the bus? She's talked shit about her baby daddy all the damn time. She's talked shit about her baby daddy, and let's keep it a buck now. Let's get into the math. She's getting $2,500 a month. It costs $284,000 to raise a child from the age 0 to 18. So if she's getting $2,500 a month, okay, there are 12 months in a year. So she's making $30,000 a month, basically off of doing nothing. $30,000 a year annually off of doing nothing. $30,000 a month times 18. $540,000 in the lifespan of a child that she has to raise it. So my thing is, you're getting double the amount that it costs to raise a child. So who can she really throw under the bus? There's nobody to throw under the bus. She's living well above her means. $2,500 a month is great. If I had an extra $2,500 a month, I would be doing more leisure things. More things of leisure, not to mention the money that she's bringing in herself. So there is nobody who is being thrown under the bus. Kia says, Tino, are you a programmer? No. Tesla says, you've shown us a protein powder you had in your house last year, though. Yeah, that was my girl's protein powder. Mr. Jake the Great says he's loud because he did D1 football. That heightness is zero joke. You ever seen a college football locker room after a win? Bye, Tesla. Yeah. He says, you act like people on roids don't work hard. You still have to put in the work to get strong on roids. Yeah, I don't know how those people operate, but I actually only go to the gym like 3 times a week. The rest of the time I'm on the track running. So I don't think that people who take steroids, I mean, I could be mistaken, but mostly they take steroids and they're working out in the gym. I actually run. So like that's my main thing. Like that's what I am. I'm a runner before a fucking weightlifter. So that's my main thing. That's what I do. Like I'm a speed coach over anything. So she said you act like people on roads don't work hard. I mean, I don't give a fuck what they do. It doesn't matter what they do. They're cheating. Point blank. They're cheating.
I didn't know about your grandfather until we just talked about it right now, right?
Yeah, because it's fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit. If her grandfather was a pedophile, if he was molesting people in the family, why when he mentioned the grandfather's name, why would she be making this cheesy ass smirk? Why would she be smiling in this way if her grandfather was actually fucking and touching people in the family? How does that make sense? How, Sway? And we just figured out that Sway did have the answers. He said, you're a bodybuilder that runs sprints. Good job. No, I'm not a bodybuilder. I'm not a bodybuilder. Don't ever call me no fucking bodybuilder. He said, you're raging again. That's because I'm passionate and I love what I do and I have hella energy. Mr. Jake the Great says, Tesla got to drop a 40 video. Right.
Neither did all these people watching. And I definitely never talked about that publicly.
But you are the villain.
But she's smiling about discussing that her grandfather was molesting people in the family. It's fucking bullshit. That's not something that you smile about. It's bullshit. Guys, if you're on TikTok, please make sure you come to the YouTube because TikTok is finna take me out in a short period of time. So make sure you come to the YouTube link in the description box below. Let's get it.
Villain though. And you but you soft.
Yeah.
You soft in real life. Like people don't see who you are behind the camera, but you soft in real life. You just cry and all of that other type of stuff. Why?
I know I'm definitely gonna need some tissues because I feel like it's like here.
Okay, so we got Jim in the building. I don't know. Look at those mommy milkers. Okay. Tesla says you're absolutely a bodybuilder. No, sir. Are you not? What are you, a gym bro? I'm actually a track bro. He says, do you not compete in the classic men's physique shoes? No. You post in every post? What is he talking about? Jim is here now. Mr. Can't hit the link. Exactly.
Because I feel like it's just like the vibe that you give me. I feel like safe here. Like you guys just have already made me feel really safe. But I don't know. I think for me, as it pertains to like someone that I love, or we're talking about my child's father, I loved him. I still love him. I don't want to be with him. Thank you. I never wanted anything to be public, but hearts, like they just don't break even. And I feel like I have been on social media for so long to where I can handle the flack. Like that's fine, whatever. You guys, I've been called worse by better, and I feel like people have been trying to break me down for years. So a lot of the stuff that I hear isn't new.
Look, nobody is trying to break you down. We're trying to understand why you keep coming to social media with your problems, especially familial problems, and then complain about people critiquing what you're telling us about your problems.
Outside of that, the way that I spoke to myself on a consistent basis, no one has ever.
So here we go. We got Jim. She says, you have bull titties. You must be on Grindr. What? I mean, just because you got a bird chest, Jim, doesn't mean that I should. Tesla says, can you take a urine test? I mean, bro, I don't give a fuck. I mean, I could, but I'm not going to. Let's get it.
Ever put me down as much as I put myself down in private. But I think with like my child's father, I feel like he was just younger. Like you really don't know what it's like to be in my shoes.
So why did you what is the word that they always use? Why did you groom a younger man instead of just dealing with somebody your age? This is the same issue that Dina Marie I believe her name was. Hold on. Goddamn, let me pull my damn camera back. See, there you go. When I pull the camera back, the damn mic fall down. But this is what Dina Marie, or whatever her name was, the bitch who was fucking with NLE Choppa. This is what she was talking about. Why are you a grown-ass woman and you trying to deal with these young-ass dudes? But then when a man does it, now he is a pedo and he's grooming and he's manipulating and all this stuff. So what are you?
And to be talked to, 15,000 comments on a picture, on videos, saying that I'm a pedophile, that I'm a piece of shit, I'm a gold digger, all these things. I feel like I just was like, the truth will see the light of day at some point, and I just didn't feel called.
Okay, so Jim says you let your boyfriend suck on your titties. That's pretty funny because, I mean, obviously I have a girlfriend who is literally on my YouTube page in the community post, but that's neither here nor there. And I mean, you can literally check my Instagram out. Like, obviously, niggas over here, we okay. We're good. All right. We are not going through no droughts. We are not like one of them incel type niggas. Like, we're outside. I was just in the club last night, honestly. So we're really like that. And obviously, people will try and use the shaming language to call you homosexual and whatnot, even though we're supposed to be accepting of the LGBT community. So we're supposed to accept the LGBT community, and they're supposed to be something that shouldn't be castigated or made fun of. But then here these people go using, calling people gay as an insult. It doesn't make sense. That's how we know that Jim is a homophobe. Tesla says Dan Marino wouldn't approve of your testosterone. I don't know who the fuck Dan Marino is. And I quite frankly, I don't care, but I actually have a healthy level of testosterone with no enhancements. So Mr. Jake the Great says now Gen Z has to prove things to jealous trolls on the internet. You moving up, big bruh. Fuck them like OG Mako. Fuck him. We don't love him.
To talk about it, because I know who I was with. I know how sensitive he really is in real life too. So I did just take everything, and I was hoping maybe he would come to my aid or at least call off the dogs a little bit, as much as he could. But we're also in different places in our life, so
Do you think that that's a male female thing, or do you think that that's an individual thing?
with what?
With the fact that you were a little bit more reserved and you just take the heat, right? But at the same time, you waiting for him to call off the dogs, because I'm gonna refer back to your book, and I'm probably gonna refer back to your book
That's
in
fine.
a lot of this, because I got a lot of questions with regard to it. But even in your book, a lot of the different things that you experience, you were waiting on somebody to come and save you.
Unfortunately, yes.
Right? When you talked about, and you spoke extensively about the first guy, right? The boyfriend, college, whatever, and then you went and lived with your parents. You was willing to give up everything, and you gave up
And I did.
college, and you was a Division I athlete.
Whose fault is that? It sounds like she dropped out. Sounds like she dropped out. Whose fault is that? You didn't have to do that. You make your own decisions. And now she's trying to play the victim because you dropped out of college to follow some boy. It's crazy. Hold on, TikTok. I'm getting a call. Let me just respond real quick. So it's crazy. You dropped out of college to follow some boy, and now it's all men's fault. Shout out, or let's read some more chats. Tesla says, you remind me of Coach Greg Duquette. I don't know who that is. Jim says, you'll gain 50 pounds in the next 10 years and be like every other old man. Yeah, no. Absolutely not. With my regimen, dude, hold on. I don't want to have to stand up and show y'all the gains. But I mean, I'm 190 pounds, 8% body fat. If you think I'm about to gain 50 pounds, as a matter of fact, I'm actually losing weight. Like my ideal goal, I'm about to get back to 185 just because I want to see if I lose 10 pounds, is it gonna increase my sprint speed? So yeah, that's not gonna cut it. I'm way past that freshman 15 bullshit. Like, dude, I was in college. I have a very healthy diet. I practice intermittent fasting. It would essentially be and with my genetics, it would be essentially be impossible for me to gain 50 pounds without like doing it forcefully, like trying to. Because if I gain 50 pounds, I'd be 240 pounds, which is not gonna happen. Tesla says, when is your next BB show? I don't know what the fuck that means. He says, you said you were a bodybuilder last year. No, the fuck I didn't. That's why I thought you always pose with pointing at your wrist. No, the pose with pointing at my wrist is ice in my veins. That's a football celebration. This is how I know you guys don't watch sports. Tesla then says, then you'll use your muscle and lose your bodybuilder show. Bro, I don't care about my muscles, bro. I care about being lean and fast. I care about my speed, and I care about being lean and healthy. Yeah, so I mean, let's keep it a buck. Like, as you guys can see, let's just show a picture. Dude, this is me fucking chiseled. And as a matter of fact, I look even better than this now, and my hair is longer. But yeah, there's no way that you're gonna say that a nigga like me is fat. Tesla also says, then why do you always post how much you can bench? Bro, no, I don't. What are you talking about, bruh? I barely even talk about bench press.
And play soccer and all of this different stuff, right? You gave up the possibility of friends because one of the things that you said in the book was he was my everything, right? And
all right, guys, so they just took me off of TikTok. They just took me off of TikTok. Let me appeal it right quick. Submit appeal. They say I'm bullying and harassing. Who the fuck did I bully? I mean, as a matter of fact, I mean, if you really want to go there, the people who are in my comment section are bullying me, but I don't give a fuck. You know, I can take the heat. But yeah, they just took me off of TikTok, so now I'm banned from going live for. I'm banned for going live for a month now until the appeal goes through. So hey, it is what it is. Let's see what Instagram talking about. Let's see what Instagram Live talking about. Let's see what Instagram Live talking about. All right. All right, we're going live on Instagram Live. Oh, wow, I can't even go live on Instagram. It says posts from your account have recently been removed for going against community guidelines. So live video sharing has been temporarily blocked. This is fucking bullshit. All right, let me try my backup TikTok. Dude, this censorship is fucking crazy. They have me censored on every fucking app. They have me censored on every app. Do I need to go Super Saiyan, y'all? Should I go Super Saiyan real quick? You know what? Fuck it. I'm about to go Super Saiyan. I'm about to go Super Saiyan, y'all. Hold on. Let me go Super Saiyan real quick. All right, we're going Super Saiyan. Woo! Goddamn. Shit. All right, guys. I had to go Super Saiyan on their ass real quick. Had to go Super Saiyan on their ass. I'm not gonna lie. This censorship is really crazy. The fact that they have me censored on all the apps is a conspiracy. It is a conspiracy. Let me put my headphones on real quick. All right. So we just went Super Saiyan. We are now Super Saiyan 2. So we're gonna increase the energy once I get this mic set. Jesus. I really need to screw these bolts in like today. Like yesterday, honestly. All right, that's cool. That's a good position. So let's see. Tesla says you're like a muscle bodybuilder guy, a lot of muscle, but you're not a fast guy. I seen the track, but you're absolutely out of your fucking mind. I literally ran a 4.38. Like when did I run on the track? Thursday. I ran a 4.38 Thursday. Timed. It was laser timed as well. Jim said, so you just admitted you got bullied. No, it was a fucking joke. Come on. Distant Light says super gremlins are getting their feelings hurt. Exactly. Damn, I ain't gonna lie. This mic is kind of tweaking. Let me fuck it. I'm gonna just like scoot back and like hold it like this. Yeah, that works better. Let me see. Now I gotta adjust the camera. All right, I'm gonna put my hair back up too in a second. Distant Lights. Oh yeah, I read that one. Remember when you said you got bullied at high school, bro? I never said I got bullied at high school. I said my friend got bullied at high school and I defended him. If there was any question of you ever being on roids, you just confirmed it, dude. Like this is the thing. Like I literally am a very funny, silly guy. So like, yeah, no, I've never taken any roids in my life. I don't even know how to fucking take them. Mr. Jake the Great says he never was bullied in high school. Log off, Jim. Yeah. If you think that I was bullied in high school, bro, if you look at my high school picture, matter of fact, let me get my high school pictures, my senior pictures, dude. I was fucking. I mean, I ain't gonna lie, but a nigga was. I was lit. Give me 1 second. Let me get my high school pictures. All right, so we're bringing up the high school pictures. I actually had short hair. I actually had short hair in high school. This one right here, swag. I had the polo swag. That was back when polo. This right here, Letterman, All-American athlete. As you can see, the smile. Clark Central High School, All-American athlete. Yeah, there was no bullying going on. Trust me. I was actually like probably I think I was probably like top 5 strongest weightlifters. I actually set a squat max record at the school before it was broken by one of my homeboys who was a couple years younger than me, but he was a prodigy. I basically taught him form and all that kind of shit. Matter of fact, I'm not even going to go live on TikTok because they're going to ban my other TikTok. But yeah, there was no bullying in high school. Yeah, fuck out of here. Let's see. Is there anything else? Jim says someone who's not on roids would not transform into an animated character like you just did. What? I mean, that was literally just for fun. Flex on him, big bro, says Mr. Jake. Yeah, shout out to Mr. Jake the Great. Jim then says, so you don't have all that muscles back then? So you didn't have all that muscles back then? I was fucking 17, 18 years old. Of course not. I mean, if you don't, I'm 27 now. That was 10 years ago. Mr. Jake the Great says, by the way, did you play archer in high school football? My cousin ran from them, last name Warner. Archer. What region were they? Archer High School. They were in Lawrenceville. Nah, I don't think we played Archer when I was there, at least. What region were there? Because we were a 5A school, so one of the biggest, most competitive regions. We were region 8 5A. So we had one of the most competitive regions in the country, honestly. Jim says, are there not 18-year-old builds that way you are? Are there not 18-year-old builds that the way you are? Are you saying like, are there not 18-year-olds who are built like me? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are, but I mean, I was like 170 in high school. He says, I played at Oconee. Is that Oconee County or Ochi County? Do you mean Oconee County or Ochi County? Because if you're talking about Oconee County, then yeah, we played y'all and we fucked y'all up. So maybe that's where the hostility is coming from.
I was willing to give up everything for him, even to go and live in his mother's basement just
Like
to be with him,
Cinderella.
right. But then at the same time, you said, I read a lot of this book, and it really did bother me a little bit, to be honest with
Okay.
you. You said
You're spelling Oconee wrong, so yeah, you definitely didn't go to Oconee. Fuck out of here.
that even it would be inside jokes that was happening at the dinner table
Oh,
that
yep.
you wasn't privy to, and it wasn't even really funny, but so on and so
Racist
forth.
jokes. You just call it what it is.
Because your mother is white.
And let's keep it a buck. There's nothing wrong with a good racist joke. I mean, people are just so sensitive. Me personally, I love a good racist joke. I'm not against it. I'm gonna make racist jokes against everybody, so I think everybody should be able to take the heat if you are going to diminish or disseminate racist jokes. So I really don't take any offense to racist jokes, unless you're like actively saying that somebody can't do something that are within their rights because of a race. But I don't mind any racist jokes at all. So, that's not a problem for me. But, women are super sensitive. Oh my God, he's racist. And it's just like, dude, it was a fucking joke. Jim says there are people 170 pounds who are as big as you are. Yeah, no, that's not true.
Side jokes that was happening at the dinner table
Oh,
that
yep.
you wasn't privy to, and it wasn't even really funny, but so on and so
Racist
forth.
jokes. You just call it what it is.
Because your mother is white and your father is black,
Yep.
right? So,
and let's keep it a buck. We know about the statistics when it comes to interracial dating. 90% of interracial couples who have children, the women are single mothers, meaning that black men are pretty much leaving the majority of their white spouses for whatever reason. Maybe it's cultural differences. Maybe it's just because that black men inherently do not want to commit. Who knows? But for whatever reasons, it doesn't work out. Okay. And those are just the statistics. Tesla says, what's your best white boy joke? I can't really think of some at the top of my head, but like I can do a pretty funny white boy impersonation. Tesla also says, don't you pound down protein bars and shakes? No, bro. Oh my God. Literally, I have water right here. This is literally the only thing I drink.
do you still think that affects you today, right? Like the fact that it seems like you're still waiting for a support system outside of the dope prince right here and maybe your mom and stuff like that. Do you still think that you waiting on men to come and save you, or a community or a support group to come and save you, even though you got all of the wolves knocking at your door, leaving 15,000 comments on your pictures?
No. And I feel like I had to create this Frankenstein where, because I've had to be honest with myself. When I moved from LA to Charlotte,
She just moved to LA.
there was very much a part of me that wanted to be saved. And I saw that if I at least put myself in a position in the city that he's in, I got my own apartment when I first moved there, but I was like, there's the possibility of
She literally, and this is older women who hit the wall throwing Hail Marys. I'm gonna tell you right now, PJ Washington was a Hail Mary for her. It was a Hail Mary. Okay. I'm gonna show you exactly what Brittany Renner did with PJ Washington. She got behind center. She tried to line up in a traditional position. Okay. Right behind the center. And then she audibled, got into the pistol formation. And then she audibled again, got into the shotgun. The running back to her right side. She fakes a handoff. She has all receivers going vertical downfield. They're all going for fades. She's waiting. Nice pocket. Time. That pocket is beautiful. She goes. She takes her back step off her back foot. Throws the ball down the field. 65 yards. And the pass is deflected. End of the game. She threw a Hail Mary. PJ Washington was her Hail Mary. Hail Mary.
of him wanting to move me in and at least, alleviating.
Jim asks, so where are you getting protein from? I ain't gonna lie. You sound kind of dumb. Black beans for 1. Eggs for 2. Chicken, steak, pork chops, natural foods, organic meats, salmon. Are you kidding me? Where do I get protein? From food. Are y'all that dumb? Key says, Tino, in a one-on-one hitting drill, you versus a 5'10", 170-pound guy who runs a 4.4. Who's winning with equal leverage? I'm winning. Distant Lights says eggs are good too. Exactly.
The rent, being able to get ahead a little bit, and someone to he makes, you know, all of this money, he could potentially save me, right? That's what I was thinking.
Right.
So I had to take responsibility for that too. But I feel
there we go. I got to take responsibility for that too. But okay, let's move on. Distant Light says 8 grams of protein per egg. 6 eggs in the morning gives almost 50 grams of protein. Exactly. Key says, have you ever been ran over or knocked or rocked by a white guy? Yeah, of course, man. I mean, white dudes make some of the best linebackers. They make some of the best linemen. They make some of the best quarterbacks. I mean, let's keep it a buck. There are white and black positions in football. Not saying that it's mutually exclusive, like, oh, a white guy can't be a wide receiver, but typically the best wide receivers are black men. Typically the best quarterbacks are white men. Typically the best offensive linemen are white men. Okay? So, I mean, even some of the greatest linebackers, Brian Urlacher, all right, white men, David Pollock, there are, like, that's just the reality of the situation. Why not just advocate for all protein shakes, no more food? Protein shakes have too much sugar. It's not good for you. Mr. Jake the Great says, corn-fed white dudes make the best fullbacks. Absolutely. Absolutely. There was this guy who I played with, and we actually went to high school together. My homie Christian, bro, he's fucking jacked. Fucking jacked. And he didn't make it to the NFL, which, I mean, honestly, I really think that he should have. But, I mean, it is what it is. It wasn't in the cards. But this dude is just, oh, my God, he's a fucking monster. And he's a white boy and shit like that. And he's just, I mean, dude, he's a beast. Okay, so shout out to my homie Christian Payne. Yeah, he's a beast.
Like, when the rug was pulled from under me, when the credit card was cut off, when I was told that there was just, a change of cards coming in.
So it's just cut off altogether.
When he cut my credit card off.
Okay, so Key says, you versus corn-fed white guy. I mean, I'm always gonna say I'm gonna win. Does height play a role when hitting in football? Yeah, it does, but that doesn't mean that. I mean, obviously, if you're getting hit by a bigger guy, the hit is gonna rock you more. But it doesn't mean that, if you're a smaller guy that you can't play. I mean, a lot of these wide receivers and DBs are like $175 soaking wet, and they're flying down the field and hitting fucking running backs and shit like that, hitting other receivers, hitting fullbacks, hitting tight ends. I mean, you can lay a big nasty hit. I mean, look at Tyrann Mathieu. Look at what's that boy name? Brent Grimes, who played for the Dolphins and then played for the Bucks. The thing about football is, okay, say I'm a corner and I'm in the flat and I'm playing a creep coverage, meaning that I have my back foot backwards, and then I got my outside foot up, and I'm playing a creep coverage. So meaning if my receiver goes and runs for a fade, I can just step my right foot back up, and then I can follow him up to that fade. But if he goes in the flat, then I have complete leverage. So say I'm playing the flats and I'm in my creep I'm in my creep technique, and they go hut, boom, and the quarterback looks straight to the receiver. Once he looks at the receiver, I'm boom, breaking, T-stepping straight to the damn receiver. And once I got that T-step, by the time the ball gets into the receiver's hand, I'm fucking rocking his shit. It doesn't matter if he's 6'7" or if he's 5'7". He's going to get hit by me because he has no momentum, and I have all the momentum because I am coming from an advantage point because I'm playing the flats and he's getting a flat pass. So You know, there's no way that he would be able to run me over in that. I mean, he could technically, yes, but most likely he would have to do a juke move to evade my tackle, is what I'm trying to say.
Of our house when he took the car keys away, because I got rid of my Benz because he got me a Bentley, but he didn't put it in my name.
No, you got rid of your Benz because you couldn't afford it. Let's keep it a buck.
So technically it wasn't mine. Pulled the fucking okey doke on me.
It's both of us.
He pulled the okey doke. Dude, this is bullshit. He bought it for you, kept it in his name because he couldn't put that Benz on your fucking credit. Fuck out of here. Let's keep it a buck. He couldn't put that Benz on your credit.
Until,
yeah,
everything
both
go
ours
back.
until it's time for you to get the fuck out, bitch. That's what it is.
Yeah.
When he ripped the rug from under me and I had to go stay with my mom in her 2-bedroom, 1-bath with, mind you, so I was sleeping in the bed with my mom and my baby. And then my sister occupied the other room. And we had like 8 dogs total. So there are all these dogs, 4 people in this 2-bedroom, 1-bath house. And all these rumors are 200,000. And here I am in this rink-a-dink ass house.
So why were you quiet?
Jim says white men are on top when it comes to strength. Dude, stop it. Stop it. You gotta stop. You gotta stop. You gotta stop, Jim. You don't believe that. You don't believe that. Everybody knows that black men are physically superior to every other race. Every other race. Respectfully, I love my white brothers, but let's not play this game. Let's not play this game. We're more athletic. We can jump higher. We're stronger. We're faster. We have those twitch muscles. I'm there and I'm back. Like, come on. Let's not play this fucking game.
Like, why not address the rumors based off of how you believe, how you feel like you were treated? Like, why not quell it immediately?
Because my heart was broken.
Okay. So let's go to the next video. Brittany Renner says first boyfriend pimped her. Would she ever do another threesome? Oh, okay. So he pimped her. I don't believe that. Offer it. If he pimped her, then you would still be a hoe. Because pimping a woman is you're making her go have sex for money and she's bringing the money back to you and keeping 10%. That's pimping.
At that point, shot the video December 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And my Instagram started to slow down. Like the app would not, it would like freeze. It would like force close.
Yeah, just like they're doing to me. Just like they won't let me post lives and they're limiting my outreach on TikTok. Yeah.
It was because I had so many requests. So I went from like 33,000 followers to over 100,000 followers after I did the World Star. And I don't even know how many actually came from World Star because I had always been private. It took almost a week for all of my requests to process, and I had like at least 150,000 afterwards.
Why did he let you do the World Star candy thing?
Because he was my manager, but he was also metaphorically like a pimp.
Okay, so here we go. The man was her manager. The man was her manager, not a pimp. He managed her. He had her doing gigs. He was getting her booked. He was furthering her career. Obviously, he needed to benefit from that situation. Obviously. So there's nothing wrong with what he did. There's nothing illegal about what he did. When you call somebody a pimp, you're implying that they're trafficking a woman. These are these empty allegations that these women keep pushing. This is an empty allegation. This is an empty allegation. It's bullshit.
I was the moneymaker. He was supposed to go to the league. That didn't happen. And so then I became the focal point. I became the cash cow. I used to sell workout plans and meal plans. We typed it up. He's the one who got me into fitness. So it was like.
So literally he made her. He literally made her. He's the one who got you into fitness, but I thought you were a college a college soccer All-American. So you should have already been into fitness. Confused.
I was our moneymaker.
Do you feel like you get a bad rap? Like, do you feel like, because even when, like, I looked at your Instagram, right, and I seen
Anton needs some damn lotion on them damn hands, no cap.
when you were passionate, you were crying in the car and stuff like that, and it's almost like people think that it's an act.
Yeah.
Why?
Oh, it's definitely an act. It's an act because the camera is right here. Imagine I was saying, oh my God, I'm so sad. My baby daddy did me dirty. Bruh. You cannot take tears seriously when a woman is literally holding a phone up to her fucking face.
I don't know. I think because I play the villain role so well that when people see me crying or expressing any emotion, it's like, she's a psycho. She's a sociopath. She's faking. Like,
nobody thinks that. We just think you're a drama queen and you love the attention. That's really what we're thinking. It's not about you being a psycho or any of that. We're just like, oh, she's a drama queen. She wants attention.
and scene, like, good job. You cued the tears right on time. And I'm just like,
yep.
Ew, like, that's who I really am. And that's exactly why I don't want to show you guys that. Because
then don't. We just broke down her last video where she's crying, but she's saying she doesn't. That's exactly why she doesn't. Brittany needs a man. She needs a man in her life because she literally has no direction. No direction at all. And the issue is that she has that child. No man wants to come in and play big stepdaddy. No man worth his salt wants to come and play that role. Okay? It's over with. Maybe back in the day, 20 years ago, I'm going to do the right thing by wifing up this single mother and I'm going to raise her child like he's my own and fuck her baby daddy because he's toxic and he's a bad person. This is the narrative that's been going on for decades. And quite frankly, we're all tired of it. Men are tired of it. And some self-reflecting, self-respecting women are tired of it as well. Shout out to Jim. She says, or he says, I don't know. They says we don't want to assume their gender. Jim says those country white men who work on a farm and eat PB&Js are superior physically to y'all. No, fuck no, they're not, bro. I actually grew up on a farm. I'm gonna tell you right now, a lot of those white guys who are working on a farm, they're drinking beers right after they have pot bellies. So no, they're not physically superior. Like a bale of hay is nothing compared to the weight that is lifted and the work that's put in when you play D1 or professional football. Distant Light says now the kids directionless too. Absolutely.
Is when I do show myself, it's still the same shit. So it's like I might as well just have fun and play into whatever, have fun with social media. But I think the biggest reason why I didn't say anything is because my heart was very much broken. And
now my heart can take no more. I keep on running back to you.
Was crying almost every single day for at least a month and a half.
You love really hard though.
Yeah.
Like,
bruh. I hate this shit. You love really hard though. Dude, everybody loves hard. What the fuck are we talking about? Love is love, man. Everybody loves hard. And when they're disappointed by their partner, everybody gets heartbroken. That's why the who hurt you argument is so fucking stupid. Because everybody loves hard. Everybody. If you love somebody, you love them to death. You love them to death. You love really hard. As if she's different from every other woman. Every woman loves hard. Okay? Especially when she been, getting that hard dick up in her ass. I'm putting dick all in your stomach. Dick all in your stomach. Dick all in your stomach. Like Kevin Gates said. Breathe through your nose. Like, come on. What the fuck, man? Everybody loves hard. Jim says again, yeah, they have bellies, but they're stronger than you are. No, they're not. Look at linemen. They have bellies. And I was stronger than a lot of the linemen on our football team. But I'm gonna tell you right now that those if you're not actually lifting the weights or lifting at least some fucking stones or something, and you're just working in a field, that's not going to give you the strength that you need, especially when it comes to change of direction strength, agility strength, speed. It's not going to give you what you need. I'm not saying that you can't be cock strong and country strong and never lift a weight in your life and you're strong. No, I'm not saying that, but I'm going to tell you right now, them niggas are not beating me in an arm wrestle.
That's the feeling that I got because I read the book and then I listened to the audiobook just to hear you talk, speak it, right? And it seemed like the majority of the people that you've had a relationship with, at least as described in the book, you love them really, really hard, right? And even when, so you talked about threesomes, right? For example.
Never again. Well, yeah, never again.
Well,
okay, so she talked about threesomes, and she talked about threesomes in the DJ Academics interview as well. And basically, she said, yeah, I'll have a threesome again, but only if it's 2 men. So she actually is lying about the threesome shit, that she would never have it again. So that's that. Jim also says, here we go. You may be stronger weight-wise, but if you get into an altercation with that guy with a belly and start pushing each other, you'd go into the... No, fuck no. You're absolutely out of your mind. This is how I know you've never been in a fight. Dude, when I fight, like I said, I mean, you can see in my videos, I'm a fucking menace. I'm a menace. It gets nasty. It gets violent. I spar every week. Look at my face. No knots, no blemishes, no injuries. I'm not getting touched. I'm not getting touched.
You talked about threesomes, but you was talking about how difficult it was, as far as the jealousy on his end, and then the jealousy on your end at first. But then once you embraced it, then it became jealousy on his end.
Mm-hmm. Who is he jealous of? Are they bringing a man into the threesome?
Why do you think that people are even enamored with the idea of...
So here Jim says, so no white man can beat you? That's not what I fucking said. That's not what I said. But for one, I'm not going to say that anybody can beat me. But in the event that somebody can beat me, it just has to be shown. Okay, we got to see it to believe it. And I'm going to tell you right now, I'm not backing down from no fight from nobody. So am I saying that, no white man can beat me? No, that's not what I'm saying. It has nothing to do with race. If you said it was a black man, Asian man, or whatever, I'm still saying I'm whooping their fucking ass. Point blank. I fight every week. I do this shit every week. Like, I run, I fight, I lift weights. There are not many people who are in the physical, who have the physical build and the endurance that I have. So for one, that disqualifies like 90% of the population, because most of y'all can't even go one round in the fucking ring. Like, dude, I got stamina for days. I don't get tired, like Kevin Gates said. So, I mean, you're probably going to be tired after the first round, a typical person. Jim says, let's put it like this. Can any man out of shape beat you? What if he got that one punch KO? Yeah, no. If he's out of shape, no, he can't beat me.
Including other people in their relationships when they don't even have a solid foundation with what they were doing. Because you kind of described it, and correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Like, feel free to correct the story and everything. You kind of described it like you was doing it to kind of fulfill something for him, or to ensure that you can keep the relationship.
Well, I don't really like to speak for everybody, or like maybe why people do it, because I think there are transparent, open relationships that are thriving. That wasn't my situation. For me, I felt at the time, as a 20-ish, early 20-year-old girl, the only problem in relationships is guys cheating. So what happens if you fix the one problem? So he's not going to cheat on me, because we've already eliminated that possibility. And now we're sleeping with girls together. I'm the cool girlfriend. I get invited out to Vegas while all the other girlfriends have to stay at home. Like, I know everything there is to know. Okay.
So, I mean, I definitely get her point of view. And I respect it, honestly. Like, if that's her, if she thinks that, okay, the only thing that can go wrong in a relationship is the man cheats, then that's fine. If you think that if you can't beat them, join them. That's literally her strategy. If you can't beat them, then join them. So I'm not really mad at that per se, but you know, it's interesting. Hopefully we can get to the rest of these because I gotta go clean this damn apartment unit. I gotta clean this apartment unit because I just had a tenant leave. So Jim says, nah, if he got that one hitter, then he would win. Okay, I mean, whatever. I mean, you're just gonna make up any scenario. Okay, well, if he had this and if he had that, and you know, if he did this, then okay, cool. Whatever you want. Noel D says Jim comes on every live. I don't understand the purpose. Right. He says, why watch the live to be negative?
So I felt like that was the only problem you could have in relationships was getting cheated on. So I tried my hardest to prevent that from happening. The jokes write themselves.
Yeah. Because it seemed like it just became a lot more complicated.
Yeah. Because then you're seeing the person you love that you really don't want to do this with. You're not really living like that. You don't really want to be with girls. Like, you don't really want to do this. You just want him to be all about you, and he's not.
But I guess the interesting thing about it is that you still stuck around for a long time.
Or low self-esteem. And I know a lot of people would probably never believe this, but when I was with him, he would always overpower my voice. So, what is the thing he used to call? Because his dad used to call his mom this, a mental midget. Like he would always try to insinuate like that you're really not that smart. You really don't know what you're talking about. Like pipe down a little bit. And after
I'm not gonna lie, she probably didn't know what the fuck she was talking about.
so many times of hearing that, there's that little voice like that you like where you believe it. So there was a point in time where I really wasn't saying that many words throughout the day.
I mean, and we've already proved that she doesn't know what she's talking about because she thought that quote unquote male friend of hers was actually a friend, but he really wanted to secretly sleep with her. And she has no type of discernment or just common sense. I mean, it's not literally you're showing your ass online and you don't think this dude has seen those pictures and is fucking jerking off to you every fucking night after he leaves your crib. Dude, fuck out of here.
I just got really quiet.
Really?
Yes. And it's hard to believe. I love to talk. I'm so expressive. Like, I
Yeah,
have a
you're a
big
little
personality.
firecracker.
Yeah. But it's like when I was with him, I allowed myself, I shrunk myself and I was like this quiet little mouse. So it was just like, my thoughts weren't even my thoughts. It was like, I like Eminem. He's my favorite rapper because that's what his favorite one is. And that's my favorite food because I just completely lost myself. I just became him. It was weird.
You know the interesting thing about it, and I said that I wanted to ask you this question because was he a first manager?
Yes. But
you were starting to blow up on social media.
So I think this is important too because it's really funny about our relationship. I actually deleted after I left college. I deleted my Twitter. Never had an Instagram. Deleted my Facebook. And I had no social media for a year. You know why?
Why?
Because I wanted to focus on my man and I wanted to show him how loyal to the soil I was. So I deleted all social media. He still had his, but I was.
And I don't necessarily agree with that. I think that, you know, as a guy, you should definitely be cognizant of what your girl is posting. But if she felt like she had to delete her Instagram because she couldn't handle herself and handle the type of posting that she would make, then that says something more about her. Like, oh, I have to delete my Instagram so that I don't post an ass picture and he get offended.
Proving to him, I'm this amazing wife. Pick me. I used to be a pick me. That's why I hate pick me's now.
You hate pick me's?
Yes, because bitch, you ain't getting picked. Okay, you're not getting fucking picked. And I was a picking myself. Delete all my social media for a year, and then I asked for permission from him to create an Instagram account. He was like, "Okay, yeah, under one condition: only females." I could. So when I first made my Instagram account, July 2012.
See, you didn't add this context in the book, though. This is why I wanted to add this.
No, and that's why I was like, let me tell him. In July 2012, I made my Instagram, and it was private, and I would literally go through all my requests and only accept females.
Oh, my God. I mean, I don't think that guy handled the situation the correct way. You can't, you just can't have that much oversight over your girl. Me personally, I mean, honestly, I'm just gonna let her do whatever the fuck she wants to do. And if I see a problem with something, then I'm gonna call it out or leave. Like that's really it. Like I don't have time to be managing a woman and saying, hey, you can't do this, you can't do that. I just peep the signs, and that determines my actions in the future. Key says, "What's that chick's deal with comments? LOL. Did she get knocked out? Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, it sounds like she might have got her ass beat.
Because I used to post pictures, like I had like a 6-pack, post pictures of my body, posting workouts, only females. I had like 30,000 females, like tons of requests.
Mm-hmm.
Again, permission. What changed my life was December 2013. I was asked to do a World Star video. I know there.
And I mean, should we show this World Star video that she did? It was very sexy, very provocative. I mean, she was literally like cheeks out.
They're probably a little too young. It ain't been on social media this long. But World Star Candy was a thing where they would have the hot girls working out to the songs or doing a sexy video.
Mm-hmm.
They asked me to do that. At that point,
she couldn't turn that down. Too much clout.
Shot the video December 2013.
Mm-hmm.
And
did you ask your man for permission though? Did you tell him?
And my Instagram started to slow down. Like the app would not, it would like freeze. It would like force close. It was because I had so many requests. So I went from like 33,000 followers to over 100,000 followers after I did the World Star. And I don't even know how many actually came from World Star because I had always been private. It took almost a week for all of my requests to process, and I had like at least 150,000 after World
Why
Star.
did he let you do the World Star Candy thing?
Because he was my manager, but he was also metaphorically like a pimp.
Oh my God. See, that's she's calling him a pimp, but you weren't having sex for money. So if he was a pimp, you were a whore. That's the relationship that pimps have with women.
Was the moneymaker. He was supposed to go to the league. That didn't happen. And so then I became the focal point. I became the cash cow.
And my thing is, why the fuck did she think he was going to go to the league? I mean, seriously, what school did he go to? Did he go to a D1 school? Did he go to a Power 5? Like, come on. Like, seriously, why would you think that he was going to go to the league?
I used to sell workout plans and meal plans. We typed it up. He's the one who got me into fitness. So it was like, I was our money maker.
Wow, man. What we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Shit. That's another damn hour. Let's see, because I can probably do the laundry tomorrow morning. I'm just going to have to clean that apartment. It's going to take me like an hour or so. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. We'll do that. We'll finish this up, guys. Let's keep it.
Breaking things off. I didn't go back for any of my stuff. So all my little cute Jackson State hoodies and all that shit I got, I had to just leave that behind. My rabbit that my great grandma got me for my first Easter, had to leave it behind. But when we broke up, I remember I'd always just get really nervous on camera, like videos. So I would go in the bathroom and like set my phone up and I would just like become something that I really didn't feel like I was. So like I could like pretend when no one was around, like being this confident, badass bitch, like queen, like nobody can stop me. And that's how it grew to what it is now. It just was talking to myself in a room by myself because I could never shoot with people. Like they couldn't even be on the same floors.
So she couldn't shoot in front of people, but she did a fucking World Star Candy video. So she's saying she was nervous about shooting in front of people, but you're literally getting filmed butt naked. It's ridiculous. There's a lot of fucking just it's like she's saying these things, but nothing's happening.
I'd have to be locked in a room, a bathroom, something. I used to just talk to myself and make videos and just fake it because I never had that. I never felt like some badass bitch. Like I never knew my power. So it literally started from just selfie videos in the fucking bathroom by myself. The scenes, pulling the string, let him reply to male celebrities from my account. That's how much access that I allowed him to have. So that's kind of how that whole thing was. How that even came about. it was a very controlled situation. And when we started going out different places and the Instagram thing, because I used to be a special needs caregiver full time before I did Instagram.
And I definitely want to commend her for that. Respect for being a special needs caregiver. If she really did that job with all of her heart, then shout out to her. Because I definitely work in the elementary schools and I know special need caregivers, and it's not no-ho. It's not a easy job to do. So definitely want to show some respect for that.
Full time now.
He said, you probably were the man doing all this to her, weren't you? Nah, her man was a quarterback. I was a receiver, defensive back, and running back. So no, I didn't break Brittany's heart. No, I didn't. But I'll tell you what, if I was with Brittany Renner, like back in the day, I mean, she's a little older than me, but I wouldn't have been like that to her. Like, I honestly, like, I'm actually, I'm pretty fair in relationships. Like, and I give way more than the women give in relationships all the time. So, and I don't really have any animosity toward the relationship when it ends. I'm really like apathetic when it comes to shit like that. I'm just going on with my life because I live a great life. I own my own home. I own multiple properties. I own multiple land. I go during the weekends. I go on my land and shoot and hunt and fish and all that stuff. So I'm a country boy. I live a really quiet life. Pretty chill. But I'm also, I have a different dynamic when it comes to these type of things. But in the confines of a relationship, nah, I would have treated her really good. Like, I would have probably been like the husband material, and then she probably would have broke up with me because she could see a future with me and she wasn't ready to settle down. Like, I'm not like I wouldn't be toxic enough for Brittany Renner. Jim also says, keep it a buck. Could you smash Brittany if y'all were in person? Hell yeah. What the fuck? No social media implied. Yeah, absolutely. Retro Conservative Swirlers of America says, good evening, Gen Z in chat. Shout out to Retro. Distant Light says, what's up, man? He also says, real estate really will hold its value in the future. Plus, you can get some passive income from renting houses. Yeah. And, if you own your house, you can also do a cash out refinance and use that money for other investments. So, I mean, I absolutely enjoy the life that I live right now. And, I keep working to improve my physical, my financial, and my mental. Mr. Jake the Great says, you a lucky dude, Gen Z. Shooting and hunting on your own land. I'm trying to get there, big bro. Yeah, I got 25 acres in South Georgia where I go out and I shoot on my own land. I hunt. There's plenty of deer. It's large piece of land. So, I enjoy it. Distant Lights also says, when I get my money straight, I'm going to buy an apartment building. Hell yeah, bro.
It was almost like when we would go places, I would shine and he wanted that spotlight. So then
why you were making the money? What difference do it make?
Because I think he was still, actually, that's a great question. No one's ever asked me that. I feel like there was because he was always the star. He was the star quarterback when we went to school.
Yeah.
I was like a nobody compared to that.
Right.
And I feel like when it didn't work out for him and he went overseas and like we're watching the draft, never got called.
Yeah, that's embarrassing. Like, I would have never told my girl, yo, I'm going to the league. Just watch the draft. Da 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 da. Fuck no. Like, if you're gonna get drafted. Let's keep it a buck. Any athlete knows if they're gonna get drafted. Sometimes it can the coaches can give you some false sense of hope. I get that, but you pretty much know if you're gonna get drafted. So the fact that he told her, yeah, I'm gonna get drafted, let's watch the draft, and then he was disappointed afterwards. I think that this guy, he was definitely beta.
Never became a free agent for anything, had a couple tryouts, never. So I feel like he was chasing that relevancy and that high of like, I'm important. This validates me as a man. So I feel
And this is why, people get in my comment section, oh, you're a washed up football player. You didn't make it to the league, dude. I don't give a fuck, because my athleticism, although I take great pride in my athleticism and my body and whatnot, that never was my calling card. I was always like in school. I was a student athlete, a student first before I was an athlete. My grades came before anything. It wasn't about playing sports, which I love to do. It was about getting good grades to get a good education. That's what my whole thing was about. So, yes, I played college football. Yes, I enjoyed playing college football, but that never made me. Okay. That never made me. Like, that was never something that was the totality of my identity, like, ever. You know what I'm saying? Like, I was a student first. I took pride more in my intellect and my ability to learn and quickly catch on to difficult topics, you know what I'm saying, and difficult subjects when it comes to schooling. So that was never my calling card. So I would never like hinge all my bets on just going to the lead and being a professional athlete, even though it would have been a great opportunity and whatnot. That was never something that I was just like, damn, life is over. I didn't make it to the league. Yeah, fuck out of here.
like there was a secret competition between him and I. And me, I just was like excited to make us money. I asked for permission to spend money on a coach bag. I remember everything that happened to me. But it was like that's how controlled it was. That's how brainwashed I allowed myself to get, to where I thought the only reason I had this stuff was because of him. It had nothing to do with anything special about me.
Sheesh.
I know. I want to say, and then when we broke up, what he said, but when we broke up, he was like, "You only are this because of me. Like I'm the blueprint." And I was like, "Okay, we'll do it again with somebody else, because I'm the fucking reason, bitch."
Where did you get the confidence from? Because
Okay, we got to
so
probably scale back a little bit.
well, hold on. So let me see. Let me tell you why I'm asking you this
Okay.
question, right? Because you mentioned that, and I seen that as a theme in your book, right? Where different guys that you dated at the time, especially during the time where y'all was trying to break up, or you were about to break up, or where things were in turmoil, where they would kind of give you this thing where it's like, yo, you're not special. And then I watched the interview online where somebody said that you're not special. You know what I'm saying? And so taking that into consideration, though, right? Where did you get this confidence from? Because most women, from my perspective, usually they just turn into little babies and they kind of go away or they get to their shell or whatever like that.
Mm-hmm.
You kind of like turn into this phoenix or an unleashed where
Like a monster, really.
yeah. And now it's like, yo, who the fuck are you? You know what I'm saying? Like, what makes you think that you can even have this conversation with me? Where did you get the confidence from, considering or taking into consideration that a lot of people, it seems like, have told you that you're not special?
Yep. I would say that that turn. Well, first, okay, so I have to kind of a little backstory. We ended up breaking up because he was we not we would tussle a little bit. Put his hands on me. I put my
Oh, he put his hands on you. Let's see who initiated putting their hands on somebody. Come on.
hands on him. Of course, I'm gonna fight back. I'm
Yeah,
gonna
you
slap
talked
your
about it
ass.
a
You know what I
little
mean?
bit.
We get abusive. You know what I mean? So it got to a point where I just wanted to stand up for myself. So I realized probably not too long after, I was like, I can't continue like this. Like, I'm unhappy. Like, this is only going to get worse. So, even though I had already dug myself a pretty deep hole, I was like, I'm going to kill him. Like,
You referenced that a lot in the book with
but that's the
different
truth.
people.
And that's why I immediately removed myself. I never had to like get in fights or anything growing up in school. Like, never really anything. I've been in one fight my whole life. That was with my mom. I don't like violence, but it's like when I get to that point, it's like snapped. Like I prison. Like I'm going zero to prison. So it's like I'm self-aware enough to know that when I get in that fight or flight, I'm going to fight you and one of us is not going to make it out. So when I broke up with him, I had the courage to break up with him because I was in California. So obviously in the book, I talk about how I had a magazine cover shoot. So I was supposed to come back home.
With the studio and
The
going
studio,
away from the
yep.
hotel.
So I had $11,000 in my account, I think, and I had a place to stay. We went to this rapper's party. We were arguing about it. I didn't do anything, but it was the fact that I went to a party, didn't have service up there. It was just a mess. Oh my God, I'm actually impressed how much I remember. But
Yeah, if she went to a party and didn't have service and now she's saying she didn't do anything. Oh, I didn't do anything. And she just magically didn't have service. Yeah.
I'm not suppressing shit anymore. But I realized that I could free myself from it. And when I ended up breaking things off, I didn't go back for any of my stuff. So all my little cute Jackson State hoodies and all that shit I got, I had to just leave that behind. My rabbit that my great grandma got me for my first Easter, had to leave it behind. But when we broke up, I remember I'd always just get really nervous on camera, like videos. So I would go in the bathroom and like set my phone up, and I would just like become something that I really didn't feel like I was. So like I could like pretend when no one was around, like being this confident, badass bitch, like queen, like nobody can stop me. And that's how it grew to what it is now. It just was talking to myself in a room by myself because I could never shoot in front of people. Like they couldn't even be on the same floor as me. I'd have to.
Again, she said she couldn't shoot in front of people, but she literally did a butt naked photo shoot. God, I mean, this is ridiculous.
Be locked in a room, a bathroom, something. I used to just talk to myself and make videos.
And we're going to speed up the playback speed just so we can get through the rest of this shit.
And just fake it because I never had that. I never felt like some badass bitch. Like I never knew my power. So it literally started from just selfie videos.
And when she said, "Oh, I never knew my power," the power that she's talking about is her sex, her ability to attract men and tempt men to lust after her. That's it.
In the fucking bathroom by myself.
Do you read comments?
Kevin actually told me to not. And when he reiterated, "You're crazy, stop reading the comments," I kind of took it seriously when Kevin Samuel said it. I was like, you know what? Why am I in the comments? So I try not to read them.
A lot of people that I know that have a lot of visibility on the internet, including Kev, because he told me the same thing. He said, fuck the comments, basically. But a lot of people that don't have a Kevin in their life, for example, right? That's not used to going through it or is going through it, because you're gonna catch hell no matter how positive you are, no matter how negative you are, you're gonna catch hell, right? A lot of people read comments like that have a level of visibility. They are very, very sensitive.
She says women have more power than just the cat. Look at political power. Yeah, and they shouldn't have that political power because they're literally ruining the country with all this fucking woke leftist bullshit. That's the problem. The reason why the way that women got power was through men. Okay, so men pretty much just open up the floodgates. And obviously women are the majority of the voters in this country. So whenever they see a female talking head, a lot of times they will vote for her just because she's a woman. And all of that has pretty much ruined the country. I mean, you look at any city that a woman is leading in, and you're going to find high crime rates, high poverty rates, and a whole bunch of entitlement programs and socialist programs that are not helping the community. I mean, as a matter of fact, I mean, women were the ones who were like fucking begging for the stimulus relief during the pandemic. Like, dude, it's just, they literally have bankrupt this country, taking their power. So, I mean, the way that they got power was through sex. And now, as you can see, with the rise of OnlyFans, I would not be surprised if we start seeing women who are OnlyFans models getting in political power. Look at Christy Mack, the senator from Rhode Island, who literally twerked on TikTok and then got slammed for that. And now she's pushing an initiative to teach sex education to kindergartners. Okay, so yes, women should not be in these positions of power politically. I really don't think, unless unless like they really real live have strong conservative beliefs, because they're just so fucking, it's just so bad. They're just so like left leaning, and then they have no idea how money works. Like they're just like, give everybody money. Nobody should be homeless, and everybody has a right to living, and that's not fucking true. You don't have a right to living. You are not living, but a home. You don't have a right to just, oh, because I exist, I deserve a home. No, you don't have a right to that. That's not a God-given right. You don't you don't have a right to shelter. Okay, it's fucking bullshit. Jim says the right wants to overturn Brown versus Board of Education. John Cornyn, who is a Republican senator, tweeted it. Yeah, I really don't care. I mean, the schools are already segregated anyway, so overturning that shit won't even do anything. Distant Light says free stuff everywhere. Jim says you probably believe that stimulus checks caused inflation. They absolutely did. They absolutely did. They inflamed the issue. And yes, I've taken way more econ classes than you. As a matter of fact, I graduated from the Terry College of Business. So, and if I'm not mistaken, you're a fucking psychology major. So you literally don't know anything about economics.
It's like, I know NBA players that read fucking comments all the time.
They're sick.
Okay. Well, I mean, I guess he was referring to Kevin Durant, but I don't know if he actually knows Kevin Durant. But I don't really see a problem in reading the comments, honestly. Like, I actually like reading the comments, whether it's negative or positive. You just have to have thick skin. That's really what it is.
About dating, and she's always trying to find solutions for me, and I'm like, it's not that simple. Like I feel like even if I were to go out to a bar, which I have, like I went out to a bar.
Distant Light says now they're passing $1 trillion bills more frequently now. Yeah, and they're I mean, they handed out fucking $30 billion to the Ukraine, which is some bullshit. Jim says they did not. We are 30 trillion in debt, 30 trillion, and none of that caused inflation. But when we give not even a fraction of that so people can feed their fam, they cause inflation. This is what you don't understand. There is something called the Federal Reserve that was created in 1913. And basically, and if you don't understand the Federal Reserve, just look up the monster from Jekyll Island. It'll tell you everything you need to know when it comes to the monetary policy that was implemented after the Federal Reserve was instated in the United States. And what the Fed did in 2020, we printed more money than we have ever printed in the history of the United States. So in 2020 alone, we printed more money than ever in the United States. So if you don't think that affected inflation and just like the overall CPI, you're out of your fucking mind. Distant Light says, plus giving away billions to Ukraine. Yep. Jim says Trump said he would give more to Ukraine than Biden is. Bro, I don't care. I don't think that Trump is actually a Republican anyway. I think he's better president than Biden, but I'm not 100%. Oh, Trump is the GOAT and all this kind of shit. Like, no. I don't latch myself onto one political party. Jake the Great says, Jim, how is the political power going in New Orleans exactly? Where you have Mayor LaToya Cantrell, a black woman who is in charge, and she's literally running the fucking city of New Orleans into the fucking ground, and advocating for these goddamn devilish niggas who are fucking killing people and jacking people. These fuckers are fucking demons. These are fucking devil incarnate young black men, and unfortunately, they're pretty much being propped up by these leftists in Mayor Cantrell and District Attorney Jason Williams. So, like I said, you literally have no idea what you're talking about. Distant Light says the bill was $2 trillion in total. Around 30 billion or so went to people. The rest went to businesses and government. Jim said Stacey Abrams in Georgia is the best woman. Stacey Abrams is fucking trash. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Shout out to Governor Kemp. And if you guys don't know, I actually have met Governor Kemp. He went to college with my dad. Yeah, Stacey Abrams is trash, bro. If you fuck with Stacey Abrams, then that tells us everything we need to know about you. It's crazy. Like the voter ID shit that they're trying to push is absolutely fucking ridiculous.
In Austin, hung out, had a great time, but I had such a positive experience because everybody knew who I was. So I'm already getting some experience that I would not typically get. It's a heightened feeling of acceptance when really it's just because you guys know me on social media and that's why you're passing the bottle around, or you guys are, just so excited, or the energy is at a certain level. Like there's a part of me that I will say it's a big trade-off because I see even your guys' relationship. And I can't help but think like a part of me thinks I will never have that.
Okay, so she's looking at Anton Daniels' relationship as a model for relationship. The thing is, with all due respect, she would never have fuck with a guy like Anton. Respectfully, and I love Anton's content. I love his perspective. He's an older guy, so I can't really, get on him about his weight and whatnot. I mean, you can, but at the end of the day, he's made his money. He's an older guy, whatever. Like he's not going to be like the pinnacle of health, essentially. So, but she would have never dated a guy like Anton Daniels. Okay, I mean, for one, he's not tall enough. For two, and people might be upset with me saying this, but I think that from the guys that I've seen Brittany Renner date, he's probably too dark skinned as well. And he's an overall like good guy, husband material type dude. So she wouldn't have even gave him a fucking second look.
And you wouldn't
Okay, Jim also says Stacey Abrams is amazing. What are you saying? She's fucking trash. That's what I'm saying. Mr. Jake the Great says, Jim, you must not appreciate your Second Amendment, right then? Right. Tracy Jones says, what's up, Gen Z? He says, Stacey Abrams, I hope Jim is playing. No, she's dead serious. I'm telling you this right now. Dude, oh my God. Stacey Abrams is a puppet, and she literally has not even won anything. And she's like she hasn't won one election, but people are propping her up as if she's never even been in power. Like, get the fuck out of here.
I think that they are this impacted by what the general public is saying and all of that, right? But they read comments though. Did your life change?
Oh my God. She said there's a reason why progressive Democrats are always winning in debates against Republic. And then she said Republic clans. She put the KKK. For one, I've never seen Democrats beat Republicans in a debate. All you have to do is ask a Democrat, hey, define what a woman is, and the debate is over. Literally. Oh, okay. Yeah, all that shit is cool. Define what a woman is. It's over.
As a result of trying to turn that off a little bit, or turning that down, that volume down a little bit.
Turning the volume down in terms of like caring.
Not reading the comments as much.
Oh, I used to definitely read the comments back then. I think
Jim said Second Amendment rights. The Second Amendment historically has never applied to an individual's right. Yeah, you're lost. Mr. Jake the Great says Jim likes Stacey Abrams because she looks like Jim's grandmother. Exactly. Jim probably looks like Stacey Abrams. That's why she won't cam up, or they won't cam up.
I really just thought like maybe I could fake this until like I really made it, right? Like I felt like I could pretend. And one day this would actually be true, that I would feel this confident and secure within myself and feel empowered be empowered. So it wasn't even about like turning down the comments. That's actually more something I've done, tuning more of that stuff out in the past like year. Really tuning it out.
Really? Just that?
I used to search my name on Twitter. I stopped searching my name on Twitter, I think in 2016, because they're ruthless on Twitter. But I think worse than Instagram. But with Instagram comments, I feel like I really don't read them unless I follow you and like I can, scroll the first 10.
You don't follow that many people though.
No, and I'm not about to scroll and see what y'all got to say today. I don't want to hear it. I don't know how it's productive to read a bunch of opinions where people don't know me. How's it productive? And words have an effect. Like you've been on social media for a long time too. So it doesn't matter how bionic you think you are, it still hurts. Yeah, you can have your personal truth, this is how I feel, but
why don't people think that you're a real person? Like, honestly, from the outside looking in, right? Before I met you and all of that, I think the narrative is and the perspective is that you are just like this soulless man that taking advantage of men with
No, that's not the perspective. She's a soul sucker, maybe. I mean, the overall opinion of Brittany Renner, she is, slutty Instagram model. She is one of the pioneers for Instagram models. She wears her heart on her sleeve. And she pretty much vents to social media about her familial problems. That's what people think of Brittany Renner. Nobody thinks that she's like this soulless, like whatever the fuck. But what I do say, which I broke down in the Kevin Gates video of when Brittany Renner was fucking Kevin Gates, I think that she gives herself to wicked men. Kevin Gates is self-proclaimed, self-professed warlock. He's a wizard. He practices witchcraft and he performs rituals and rites. And he actually has taught his daughter how to do witchcraft as well. So he is a demonic individual. He is a wicked man. He does evil unto the sight of the Lord. And that is the type of man that Brittany Renner is willingly giving her body to. So, no wonder she's so whacked out in the head. She's literally letting a fucking guy who is basically a Satanist, who claims to be Muslim, but he is not Islam. He doesn't submit his will to God. He practices witchcraft, which he has openly stated. So you can't be Islam and practice witchcraft. And I have a high respect for Islam, even though I am a Christian myself. I have a high respect for Islam because I do respect the Holy Quran. I've read the Quran over 3 times, and I really love the language, and the way that the people who follow the Quran, who actually follow it, not the crazy motherfuckers, but the people who actually follow the Quran, I love they're on fire about it. Pretty much I got respect for all of the Abrahamic religions, but once as a woman, like, you start giving your body to literally occultists, Satanists, then you're gonna have some fucking problems. Distant Light says the ninja really sits there conjuring up his voodoo magic. Exactly. Shout out to Overdose. Shout out to Don J. He says, like the video. Tracy Jones says, I wouldn't worry much about Stacey Abrams anyway. Kemp is almost 7 points ahead of her. Her ideas suck for Georgia. Yeah, Stacey Abrams is like literally, she's like the fucking out of touch grandma. She wants criminal justice reform. She thinks that black men are being disproportionately locked up and all this shit. And I'm going to keep it a buck. I'm going to tell you guys right now, the only reason why there's so many niggas who are getting locked up because they do it to their fucking selves. They're doing it to themselves. Okay, so there ain't no fucking, oh, black men are disproportionately and they're sentenced to longer. Yeah, do you have some people who fall through the cracks and who are falsely accused and get framed? Yeah, that happens on both sides. But the reality is that most of these niggas who are getting locked up for murders, violent crimes, they do it to themselves. Look at what's happening in Illinois with the bail reform act that they're implementing now. Okay, the Safe Streets Act or whatnot. It's absolutely insane. Mr. E says Stacey Abrams really just got lapped in the race. Yeah, she's nobody wants her. Nobody wants Stacey Abrams except black people, obviously, but nobody else We will vote for Stacey Abrams just because she's black. Literally, that's the only reason why. But no person in their right mind is going to vote for her. Like point blank, she's fucking garbage. As a matter of fact, she actually said that the state of Georgia is trash. She literally said this out her mouth. So she doesn't even love the state of Georgia. And I love my Georgia. I said, Georgia, sweet Georgia, keep Georgia on my mind. Georgia on my mind. So we love Georgia over here. So we ain't gonna do no fucking Georgia bashing out here. No, ma'am. No, sir. So yeah, you can get the fuck on with that Stacey Abrams shit. Nobody wants her in power except black women. And the problem, and that's why I say, man, these women do not need to be in political positions of power, because they literally just vote with their emotions. Like, it's fucking bullshit. Jim says, after overturn of Roe, the left will win again. 70% of the population doesn't agree with it. No, that's a false statistic. You lost a lot of red votes from that. Doesn't matter your personal opinion. That 70% of the population doesn't agree with the overturning of Roe v. Wade is a bullshit statistic. As a matter of fact, if you ask the population about abortion in general, most people don't agree with abortion. This is what you don't understand. Mr. Jake the Great says, Jim, the Second Amendment, the first words, the right of the people, not the militia. Dummy. Facts.
Resources and so on and so forth. Like, they don't look at you as a human being. They don't look at you as a person with feelings. They don't look.
See, and that's bullshit. I see what Anton's getting. He's trying to get her to open up and whatnot. Oh, people don't look at you as a human being. Yeah, that's social media in general. That's social media in general. I mean, people look at you as an entity on social media until they actually meet you in person. But I wouldn't go as far as, oh, people don't look at you as a human being. Yeah, that's bullshit. People, just because people are mean to you on social media doesn't mean that they don't view you as a human being. That's literally bullshit.
Look at you as any of that. Why do you think that is? Like, why do you think that we've been conditioned to, or I guess just on a personal level, why do you think that people look at you that way?
I feel like I've been trying to figure that out my whole existence, like presence being on social media. Because even in the book, I talked about the first story that TMZ broke of me. I was a villain. I had claimed I was pregnant by someone, and that wasn't my choice. That wasn't true. So it's like, for the life of me, even that headline still like just befuddles me to this day. Because why am I a villain? Like, there are certain women who can do worse things and they are absolutely praised. We're not even going to talk about
like who? Name some names.
Men and women. We know there's a fucking difference, but I don't know.
Do you feel misunderstood? Like, honestly.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm not saying that you feel like you're a victim, because
no, I am misunderstood, but I also don't show.
But everything that you give to social media is of your doing. No videos of you have been released without your consent. I don't, unless maybe that audio recording of you and Kevin Gates, maybe, but even then, I think you leaked that. You guys leaked that. Like, y'all came to an understanding and leaked that together. That's what I think. Jim says, why is every statistic that you don't agree with just not true, or it's BS? Maybe you're the joke. No, if you look at that study where they did 70% of the population doesn't agree with it, like, they literally only asked people who didn't agree with it. You clearly can't read whatever your name was. I said historically. It doesn't matter about historically. The second amendment is set in stone. It's not about, oh, it's historically about. No, the second amendment was so that people could protect their own property and protect the United States from government tyranny. Doesn't matter historically. It's 2022. Read the text. Exactly. Like, literally, the text was written and it doesn't change. I don't know what you mean by, oh, historically it was. No. The text was written. It doesn't change. It stays the same.
the person that you were talking to in the car. Now, the video I did recently about forgiveness, that is probably the most accurate video of who I really am on the inside. But I'm only going to show that if I feel safe. And the internet to me is not a safe place. That's a place we're going to have fun and we can hee and ha and troll. But I'm trying to be more of my authentic self on social media, but it is very hard because I'm selective in real life. So sharing those messages, I'm literally only doing it because I feel divinely called to do it. No other.
Tracy Jones says James Madison introduced the Second Amendment to allow the creation of civilian forces that can counteract a tyrannical federal government. Gen Z is right. Yep. Jim says prior to 2006, you never had an individual right. You're out of your fucking mind.
Other reason.
A lot of people feel like because you have a lot of followers that you may feel more safe, right? Or you may feel more confident or things like that. But that's not the impression that I get of you. Honestly,
Okay.
as a person that's had conversations with you about how you really feel about different things off camera, right? I don't get that impression, right? The impression that I get of you is that you are very guarded.
Mm-hmm.
Like
What? This is this is the disconnect between the old generation and the new generation. You're guarded. Oh my God. Like I get it. He's playing softball with her. Oh, you're guarded and you're just a cocoon waiting to hatch and give all your love to a man. Dude, she literally said, have sex with athletes, trick them out of their wealth, have a baby by them because they're dumb. And now, oh, you're guarded. She's not guarded. If she was guarded, she wouldn't have her fucking pussy spreading on social media. Brittany Renner is not the definition of guarded. Maybe you could say, oh, well, Chloe Bailey was guarded until they whored her out. But Brittany Renner, yeah, no. No, thank you. No, thank you. Mr. Jake the Great says, so basically you're saying the Roof Korean had no right to protect their store in the mid-90s, Jim. Jim says, Columbia versus Heller. Do you know what that was?
Like you have to really section yourself off, even though the perception is that you are very, very much outgoing and all of this. And you are outgoing. You have a dynamic personality and all of this stuff. But then at the same time,
ooh, shit,
having a level of visibility does not necessarily translate into feeling like you're a rock star.
Right.
What do you think about that? Like, what is your perspective about people's opinion about being famous versus what it's really like to have that level of visibility?
I would say that there's a lot of privileges. You get to metaphorically and quite literally skip a lot of lines. There's a lot of opportunity. There's a lot of money. There's a lot of benefits.
Look, I don't want to make this a fucking political debate because this is about Brittany Renner and sexual marketplace and dating. But you're referencing Columbia versus Heller. The Second Amendment gave us the right to bear arms, period. Columbia versus Heller was a clarification of that. It was to set the legal precedent going forward. It was not the act of which that gave you your right. We already had those rights. It was to set the legal precedent going forward that an individual could own firearms, whether they, regardless of if they were in the military or in some type of police service or whatnot. It wasn't that Columbia versus Heller gave you the right. No, that you're misunderstanding the tort, like totally. Okay. It was to clarify that, yes, the military has the right to bear arms. Yes, the police have the right to bear arms. But yes, the citizens have the right to bear arms too via the Second Amendment. So you're totally misusing that case and trying to distort the meaning of that case to make it mean something that you want. And I know a lot of people bring up this Columbia versus Heller bullshit on the left because they're like, well, you didn't have the right until 2006. No, that's fucking bullshit. Okay. You're misunderstanding the whole case. And that is the faulty interpretation that the left likes to do, because they want to confuse the people on the rights that we are owed. Okay. They want to confuse you because they want to create confusion and distort it so that they can throw out the Constitution altogether. That's really all it is. So for you to bring that up and cite that as if that gave you the right to bear arms, you're out. Like I said before, you're out of your fucking mind.
With visibility, but there's so much too that comes with it, from the dehumanization to, you can say fuck your dating life. You can't just join Tinder. I get jealous of my friends who can just do Tinder, because I'm like, I wish it was that simple. I could just swipe.
Tinder is a hookup app. So you're jealous that your friends are sleeping around on Tinder? Right.
Through and pick. I gotta hope I run into Prince Charming at Whole Foods, or hope he has enough courage to slide in my DM, so it's like,
courage to slide in your DMs. You really think Brittany Renner is reading DMs from regular guys? Yeah, no, she's not reading a DM unless it comes with a blue check mark. Point blank.
I feel like if I ever wanted to, what if I wanted to delete my social media and I work at Target? I'd be trending on Twitter. Yeah. Look at this loser.
Tracy Jones said, I wonder if Jim is black. Of course she's black. Of course she's black. I mean, look, I don't even got time to deal with it. But from my observation of Jim, no profile picture, that means automatically that she's fat. Now she's a leftist. Okay. So we could assume, okay, white liberal, fat, feminist liberal. But then when she brought up the Stacey Abrams shit, that's what told me everything I needed to know. She is an overweight black woman. That is who Jim is. Now, I'm not mad at that. We just need to understand the context, and we need to understand where Jim is coming from. That's why she hates me, because I am an in-shape black man. So she thinks by getting in my comments and talking shit, she's going to get back at me, when the reality is, like, guys like me, we're very secure in ourselves, even though women love getting in the comment section. You're insecure. Yeah, no. With a body like mine and a face like mine, there's no way that I could be insecure. and the women that I get, good luck. Tracy Jones says, I bet she wouldn't have the energy or the same energy in Africa. They wish they had a Second Amendment. Exactly.
Sir, she works at Target. I guess all that money and all that shit didn't work. So it's like, there's a lot of negative shit that comes with it. Like, you can't just be willy-nilly out at certain places. You always have to be on guard with friends, lovers, business. Your whole life changes. Like, people are coming up to you at Starbucks, in the airport. We were out at Cheesecake Factory. Someone tapped me on the shoulder. I mean, she could have, you know what I mean? Yeah. Like, you're so exposed, and there's good things and bad things that come with that. So it's like,
does the good or the bad, which one, if you had to pick?
Damn, I'll probably have to clean that up tomorrow morning, because this stream, it's heating up. We got like 4 more clips. And yeah, I'll just clean the apartment. I'm gonna have to wake up. I'm gonna have to wake up. I got a meeting at 8. I'm gonna have to get there by 9. Throw the laundry in there. Laundry going by 9:30. Come back. It's gonna be tricky. We'll figure it out though.
The good or the bad, as far as like it outweighs one or the other, which one would you say, based off of what you know now?
The good. I mean, the good outweighs all the bad, in my opinion.
Is that just you being positive, or is that you just being real?
I mean, yeah,
because you have a sentiment, or you have this mindset to where you look at the glass half full mentality. So you always gonna look at it from that perspective. When you looking at it in real life, is it really worth it? Because I'll give you an example, right? One of the things that you said, because you met Rita and all of that other type of stuff, and you was like, man, like, I'm not giving up on love now. You know what I'm saying? Like, yes. That sense of normalcy.
Bruh, this is for Brittany Renner to compare herself to Rita and Anton Daniels is absolutely ridiculous. You know, like I said, respect to Anton. I really fuck with his content and all that good shit. But let's keep it a buck. Brittany Renner would have never been attracted to an Anton Daniels, respectfully. And I say this with all due respect. She already told us her type. Light skin, 6'7", athlete. She would have never, and then he says, oh, well, it made me realize that, or it made you realize that, oh, maybe you shouldn't give up on love. That's fucking bullshit. Anton Daniels, physically, and like I said, I like him, but he's average physically. Not going to talk about his wife, but they're a match made in heaven, okay? They match up. They look alike, okay? They look alike. So you're not going to, like, I mean, it looks like uncle and auntie, okay? It's not like his wife is some, like, super hot Instagram model, even though, you know, I'm sure he finds his wife attractive and all this good shit. Like I said, I'm not trying to talk shit about them in their relationship. I respect Anton and his relationship and all that good shit, okay? But it's not like she's just like some hot Instagram model, okay? Like, Brittany Renner needs her man to be hot. She wants him to be some fucking sexy Tyrone. That's the reality. She needs that. Otherwise, she's not going to be able to get her little pussy wet. She won't get wet. She needs a guy who's super hot, super attracted to her. So that's why she made the decision to get with PJ Washington. It wasn't because he had the greatest personality and he was just such a good guy. No, it's because he's a fucking 6'7" fucking phenom. He's a freak of nature. So if you think she has a shot at love and her standards are like that, Anton, you are out of your fucking mind.
All that other type of stuff. And you was like, man, like, I'm not giving up on love now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
that sense of normalcy, or okay, let me bring
No,
it
that's
back.
what it is.
Let me bring it back for you.
And then let's keep it a buck. Brittany wants to be in the forefront. She already said that she doesn't want to dim her light for a man. So obviously Anton is the head of his relationship. Rita is in the background. She helps him out with the stream and all that kind of stuff. But she is not like the focal point of Anton Daniels, okay, the YouTube channel. She's in the background. He has more clout than her, let's put it like that. You know? So it's not like she couldn't do her own thing. It's just that she's raising a family. She's raising his daughter and whatnot. And she is a stay-at-home mom. That's the situation.
Okay.
Okay.
Right? So watch this. In your book, I noticed the trend. A lot of the people that you wind up talking to later on outside of the college experience was people that reached out to you on social media, right? They reached out to you and then eventually translated into something, or you had to open up to the possibility of what if, and then you wind up flying out or whatever, so on and so forth, right? You don't get to meet a person in regular life in a lot of instances because you don't even know if they know who you are before they walk up to you, right?
And that's
You don't know what
scary.
the intention is and none of that, right? So
Mhm.
taking that in consideration,
I
is it
actually,
worth it, right?
I just had that conversation with my friend Sharika. We were talking about dating, and she's always trying to find solutions for me, and I'm like, it's not that simple. Like I feel like even if I were to go out to a bar, which I have, like I went out to a bar in Austin, hung out, had a great time, but I had such a positive experience because everybody knew who I was. So I'm already getting some experience that I would not typically get. It's a heightened feeling of acceptance when really it's just because you guys know me on social media and that's why you're passing the bottle around, or you guys are, just so excited, or the energy is at a certain level. Like, there's a part of me that I will say it's a big trade-off, because I see even your guys' relationship, and I can't help but think, like, a part of me thinks I will never have that.
Woo! All right. So you heard what she said. Even though I see you guys' relationship, a part of me feels like I'll never have that. Yeah, as long as your standards are 6'7", light skin with curly hair, yeah, you're not. Oh my God. I mean, it's so crazy how these women, like, you really think that there are just men out here like that who are just walking around. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And the fact that they're going to commit to you and be loyal to you, it's just insane.
To be feminine is to be in flow, right? You're flowing. Masculine is action, taking action, leading.
Right.
So that's where I'm at in my business, in my household. That's where I'm at. I don't really have an opportunity to
But when you say a man, you're meeting a lot of men that leading or that's
more with their femininity, and it's not that femininity is bad. There's a lot of wounded femininity, which is that flightiness, being inconsistent, those types of things. You don't know your direction. So
So basically, she wants a man to be perfect.
I feel like I've been attracting men that lead with their feminine and they're wounded, and I can't.
You don't want those type of guys.
But that's why it didn't work out. I loved the experiences that we had, that normalcy. Like, we're getting tacos and you're holding my hand, like, in public, and we're hanging out with your friends, and your friends remind me of my friends, and I'm like, this is what I want. And talking to him, I was like, I don't need a guy who's in the league. I don't need a rapper. I just want someone genuine. I don't care what that.
But she's going to shit on that normal guy. She's going to shit on that regular guy. She's going to continue to shit on that guy and say, oh, he's not good enough for me. But she's saying she doesn't need a rapper. She doesn't need this guy. Oh my God. It's ridiculous.
That looks like.
You don't think that you'll ever have a regular relationship? Like a normal,
damn.
Hey, listen, we one big family, because a lot of the things that you reference, you say, yo, I want to wear the pajamas on Christmas and all of that other type of stuff. You don't think that that's a realistic goal for you? In
my heart, it's on my heart, so I know it's real. But from what I've seen so far and feeling kind of like a guinea pig, because I'm one of the OG Instagram girls, like, you know what I mean? There's a handful of us. But it feels like even if athlete, rapper, or someone in the industry, that most likely won't be a monogamous, committed, devoted relationship like I clearly feel between you guys. Okay, let me lean into the other direction. He doesn't have to be any of that. I still have to question his motives. Like, I always use this example, but it's like, you date someone who's maybe not in that light, but what happens when that light is shining on them? And now they're getting thousands of bitches, because every man I've ever put on my page got hundreds of bitches that would have never have even wrote them, are writing them because that's the dick I'm sitting on. I want to be equivalent to Brittany Renner.
And that just proves, oh my God, everything that she's saying proves what the red vitamin has been saying the whole time. What is it? Pre-selection. Women want men that other women want. So when a woman sees Brittany Renner with a man, every other woman wants that man, because now they're like, oh, well, he's good enough for Brittany Renner. Now I want him.
So even if you take a normal guy, I hate that term, but a normal guy. Okay, so what happens when you put him in an abnormal situation?
Well, he's not used to the limelight anyway, though.
So you're damned if you do, damned if you don't. So and then you don't even take into account too, if I don't date somebody of status, well, that's the best you can get. So is it fucking about true love, or is it about what it looks like to you guys? You can't win. And quite frankly, why it's hard for me to, I can't see it, because I'm not meant to see it right now. I'm just meant to keep flipping the page and living my life, right? But it feels impossible, because who's going to sign up for me? Let me finish.
No, I'm just thinking.
Who's going to have the courage to love unapologetically, to tune out all of that noise? She's a whore. She's going to use you. You're such a simp. Who as a man? And you know, I've told you.
You know what? And like, I wouldn't, you know, I definitely get her point of view, but it doesn't make you less of a man, but because you don't want to take on a fucking promiscuous woman's baggage. That doesn't make you less of a man. Like, I'm all for, like, yeah, you can get with her and be seen with her and all that kind of shit. Like she said, it'll level you up. It'll get you a lot of bitches. which is a benefit to being with her. But, you know, long term, it's pretty much over. I mean, she's a single mom, hella attitude. She already said that she's in her masculine. She shits on regular guys, even though she says that she doesn't, but she does. We've broken down multiple videos of hers to know that she doesn't have respect for any regular guys. She doesn't have respect for blue collar men. Okay, even when she was describing the trainer that I don't have to date an NBA player. He doesn't have to be in the league. Yeah, good luck dating one of those men. You're gonna have to go and groom him again and get you a young motherfucker who don't know shit.
30 people, doesn't matter if it's 30 or 300. I've said certain things publicly that I'm gonna stand on. What man is gonna feel secure enough?
So now she's trying to call the men insecure because they don't want to deal with a quarrelsome woman. You can't make this shit up.
To date me, feel good enough to be my man, to not feel inadequate and want to talk to other bitch. It's so multi-layered to where it's like, it's not, people think it's someone in the industry or not. They think it's that simple. It's not.
So how do you date? How do you determine
$1 million question.
how do you determine, right? Because again, I see a trend or I see a pattern, right, in which it seems like the social media way in which somebody reaches out to you is probably the safest way that you feel like somebody can get at you.
Yes.
Okay, let me I got a couple of questions now. Just popped in my head. Would you date a normal guy? Would you ever consider just a guy? Let's just say this guy and he's
a trainer. I was just talking to a trainer. I really liked him. I really liked him a lot.
What?
Yes.
I don't believe that.
Yes.
Like a personal
She really
trainer?
liked him a lot. She really liked him a lot, but where is he at now?
What the heck? What happened?
Okay. So I am really in my like right now I'm leading with a masculine energy.
Told you.
Mm-hmm.
I
don't get it. I don't feel that from you in real life. In real life, that is not what. Listen,
but
y'all.
At my core,
real
though,
talk, she is not that. Okay, hold on. Because I got a lot of questions. So let me say this: do you think that a woman's energy, whether she's leaning into her femininity, right, or she's operating in this masculine energy as you described, is based off of the environment that she's in and the man that she's up under?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's your environment, like what you have going on, and then I think it could also flip too if you are actually being led man. You can't help but
I don't think it has nothing to do with that though.
No, but okay.
The reason I say that is because you had a perception before you got in the car. The minute that you got in the car, you let your guard down.
Because I realized I was safe.
How? How did you know you were safe? You had no clue.
Because you're a man.
But you still didn't know me. You didn't know me.
Women's intuition. And trust me, I'm not. Fair. And trust me, I'm not.
A woman's intuition, but you've already stated that you've dated all these types of dudes who did you wrong. Where was your intuition then?
I'm not trying to give you a cookie here for being a good guy. I'm just
saying that
she
didn't know me.
But intuitively, I know. We all know as women. We know.
There you have it. Women know who the good guys are, but they still let the assholes and the bad boys fuck and get inside them. Just like she knew Kevin Gates was a satanic occultist, but she still let him come all inside her and eat her asshole and all this other type of debaucherous activity. It's insane.
Oh,
I'm gonna tell you what, nobody wants to go after Kevin Gates. Bitch, bend over, breathe through your nose. Nobody wants to go after that. Facts.
To avoid who's a fucking creep, who's a good person. Even the way that you spoke to your daughter on the phone. I feel like I could cry.
Hey, he wasn't there when I got
I feel like I could have just cried like, damn, like I wish I had a dad like that. Oh, you just need my Cash App, honey? Here you go.
Why did she use that like dumb, bumbling, idiot male voice? Oh, you just need my Cash App, honey. Here you go. Like, I find that distasteful.
The hell? Like, can bitches want that. You know what I mean? Like that's like the ideal world. Like, what?
Listen, she said bitches want that. She literally called herself and every other woman a bitch, but then when we do it, all hell breaks loose.
I want to be your guys' daughter. You know what I mean? Like that's the feeling that I got. I'm 30 years old. You know, but that's just me being honest with you. But you know, but to get to why it didn't work with the trainer is because I feel like I'm super masculine in my household. I'm the husband. I am the provider. My mom, because she lives with me. She helps me take care of my son. So she's cooking. We both clean, but she primarily cleans. So I'm the husband. I'm the dad. So I feel like because of that, I've been attracting a lot of men who lead with their feminine energy. And it's not that there's a problem because that's still a balance.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
But listen, so to be feminine is to be in flow,
Okay.
right? You're flowing. Masculine is action, taking action, leading.
Correct.
So that's where I'm at in my business, in my household. That's where I'm at. I don't really have an opportunity to.
But when you say a man, you're meeting a lot of men that leading or that's
more with their femininity, and it's not that femininity is bad. There's a lot of wounded femininity, which is that flightiness.
What about your femininity? You don't think that you're wounded? You don't think that you're scared of commitment? You just disregarded this great personal trainer. Sounds like because you were avoiding commitment.
Being inconsistent, those types of things. You don't know your direction. So I feel like I've been attracting men that lead with their feminine and they're wounded. And I can't.
You don't want those type of guys?
But that's why it didn't work out. I loved the experiences that we had, that normalcy. Like we're getting tacos and you're holding my hand like in public and we're hanging out with your friends and your friends remind me of my friends. And I'm like, this is what I want. And talking to him, I was like, I don't need a guy who's in the league. I don't need a rapper. I just want someone genuine. I don't care what that looks like.
But where the fuck is he at though? Where is he at? She said all this stuff and now the guy's nowhere to be found. We got 3 more videos, guys. Thanks for bearing with me. This is going to be a long one, 3-hour stream. Hopefully we can get our watch hours up and be monetized by the end of this. Woo! This is something else, honestly.
Yeah.
Absolutely fuck not.
Notice how Jim disappeared when I called her out for what she was.
I would never do that.
Why?
I have a purpose.
Hold on. What did he ask again? Let's run it back.
Give up everything?
Yeah.
Absolutely fuck not.
Okay, give up everything.
I would never do that.
So give up the social media, which she's already done for, man. Give up all the extra shit.
Why?
I have a purpose. Like whatever people believe in, God, universe, creator, source, whatever.
See, this is where y'all gotta fucking stop with this bullshit. This is how you know she is godless. When you say if you believe in God, there's no God. There's one God. There is no other God. You can't, the universe. No, there's one God. One God. That's how you know that she is a godless woman, because the universe, no, there's one God. Okay. Many different names, but one God.
I'm just called to do certain things. I'm called to be in certain spaces. I'm called to take up space. And I, at one point, debated about, when I got pregnant, deleting my social media and just like living go fuck yourself. None of you guys like me anyways.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just have my family and I'm gonna go. I couldn't do that because it wouldn't be me being my true self. Like I am a big personality. I challenge.
And I don't have any issue with the woman having a big personality and whatnot. Just like when you come home, you got to turn that shit the fuck down. Because men, we're working all day. We're going through very stressful things. I mean, if I want to speak about my situation, I'm going through an insurance claim right now. Very stressful. Hard to get any adjusters on the phone. it's a lot of work. But you can't just come home with all that extra fucking energy and think that a man is gonna put up with that. Shout out to Tracy Jones. Jesus, only in a first world country, black women can think this way. Black women literally paved the way to me marrying outside of my race. Wow. Yeah, man, and that's a really big thing. Me personally, I'm dating IR right now. This thing that I'm doing right now is working out perfectly. So I really don't see any other alternative. You know what I'm saying? And that's the great point that you made, Tracy. There's so much going on here. Her sexual history, sexual past, huge red flag. Her boisterousness, huge red flag. Not wanting to compromise in certain arenas, huge red flag. Her physical standards for what she wants out of a man, huge red flag. So yeah, and this is the train of thought for most black women, at least under the age of 30. And it's not even like, oh, it's so hard to get. Like, it's not hard to get. It's just not. And I'm not saying this for all sisters, but it's just, I mean, at the end of the day, is it really worth your sanity? Like, is it really worth your sanity? Is it really worth having peace of mind when you find a woman who's showing you love and showing you affection, who is not one of these bitches who just switched up and became soft girl era, but who has always had a feminine disposition? Is it really worth it to give up a woman like that, even if she's outside of your race, to deal with an unruly sister? Especially Brittany Renner. She's a little different because she's mixed race. But she went to an HBCU to learn how to be black. So all of her mannerisms, her personality, her identity came from Jackson State. She didn't know who she was before she graduated high school. Once she went to college, she learned how to be black.
These outdated societal norms.
And we know how much of a cesspool the HBCUs are. So you can only imagine who she learned how to be black, and let alone how to be a black woman from. It was obviously bad teaching.
I am a voice for a lot of people who are afraid to speak up. And we've been through different shit. So to say like, oh, could I give it all for love? Like, love is absolutely something that I want, but I can't deny myself.
Why do you talk to guys that are more visible though? I give it,
but I actually haven't been talking to guys that are more visible.
Cap, you literally just had an instance where your audio leaked of you and Kevin Gates, who is a known occultist, known Satanist. Okay, he blasphemed. He spoke blasphemy to Allah when he was speaking about witchcraft. Okay, he said he was on his dean simultaneously practicing witchcraft. So this is a wicked man, and you're saying you're not. Oh, I actually don't talk to people who are in the public eye. Yeah, get the fuck out of here.
Well, no. I'm just going
by shitless of me since I've been single.
I'm talking about like in the book, right? A lot of those guys that reached out to you were of a lot higher caliber of a normal guy.
I have a great list.
Well, okay, I
have a great list, and that's the problem.
Let me back up.
Let me back up. Like I got.
What do you mean you got a great list? What does that mean?
A lot of high status men. I feel like I've had sex with all the men I ever crushed on in life.
That's absolutely embarrassing for a man to. After this, I mean, this is the nail in the coffin for a man to cuff her up and to take her seriously after the shit that she's talking about in this interview. You got to be a fucking fool. She literally just said she had sex with all the men that she was attracted to. That is absolutely embarrassing, especially if a man were to decide to wife you up. And you think a man would want that? Oh, okay.
Seriously, there's probably some old tweets people could pull up, saying whatever. But that was then, because you know why?
Can I get a drink? Because she going deep right now.
I got to be honest, but my family member, I'm not going to say whatever, fuck her. My family member, I remember when I first got single, like back in 2014, she was like, I never saw you with the guy from Jackson State because I always saw you being like a basketball wife or a football wife, like an athlete's wife. Like, you deserve the best, and that's the best. You're here. You need a guy that's there. So for a long time.
And her friends were telling her that literally because she's light skinned, I guarantee.
Could I have a refill too, please?
Again, I get a refill. Head ass.
For a long time, I equated value to status. Like, oh, he's in character. Like, oh, he's a great guy because Jesus.
Yeah, he gave you 4 shots in that joint. He gave me 2, but I'm with it. I'm cool with it.
I felt like, oh, if I'm a popular Instagram girl, it's only right. If it's like being the popular cheerleader, I should date the star quarterback. And that was the mentality I had for a long time. Like, who cares about their character?
That's still the mentality that she has. Come on.
He's a starter. He makes $100 million. He was just in GQ. And after lots of life experiences, I realized
lots of men fucking and dumping.
I've always just wanted someone genuine. That's why my first boyfriend was just a regular guy from college, and I was happy somewhat with him for a little bit. That's all I've ever wanted was someone
you can't keep him happy.
Genuine.
But
I don't feel that way now.
I don't believe you can go back though.
No, she can't.
Damn. That's
no. Let me tell you why though. Because
hypergamy. That's why.
Okay, outside of the trainer guy. All right, so let's
he was fire.
Let's mine this out though.
Yeah, he was fire and he fucking waxed that ass. And where is he at now? The trainer guy, he was fire. He was a hot Tyrone. I mean, imagine the man who is supposed to be cuffing this. The man of her dreams, her soulmate, and he's supposed to listen to all this and be fine with it. It's bad enough she has the digital footprint of adult film actress. I keep saying this. Women of our era have the digital footprint of an adult film actress. Her best friend is literally Tiana Trump, a fucking porn star slut. And she was trying to get Tiana Trump to leave the game. And it's like, no, Tiana Trump, at least she lives in her truth and says, yes, I'm a whore, I'm a slut, and I will never be anything else. Okay.
But let's mine this out though. Why did you break it off with him? Or did you break it off or did he break it off?
I did because
okay, why did you break it off?
Like
women leave 80% of relationships.
I was prying to get responses from him.
She was prying to get responses from him. She was like, where is this going? Can you see yourself married in the next 5 years? That's what she was. She was putting the pressure on him. She was seeing if he was going to commit. That's what it was.
And
What do you mean? What do you mean?
We were having a deep conversation about something.
About marriage, long-term commitment. I'm telling you right now, she wanted to see where his mind was at. Could you see yourself being with me? Could you see yourself being the stepfather, big stepdaddy? It's stepdaddy season, according to what she said. So she was going to see if he was going to stick it out. And he's like, nah, I'm just having fun with you. Let's take it day by day. And she knows what that means because she has dealt with plenty of men. So she knows what it means when a man knows if he sees a future with you.
Okay.
And it would take him 2 to 3 days to respond. And I felt like if I'm a priority and you're claiming you want a relationship at some point, like you're not doing things that you see me as a fuck. So I felt like,
and this is the issue. The women are giving away the sex before they procure the commitment. So you fucked them before y'all were actually an item, and now you're left holding the bag and you feel like shit.
Oh, I know what type of time he's on. I've been here before.
Yeah.
We're both, let's just go with the flow. And now we're not going anywhere. And then now I'm looking at you like, why is it taking you 3 fucking days to text me back?
Yeah.
But I see you on fucking Instagram posting dumbass shit.
The GOAT. He's doing the right thing. He's playing it how it's supposed to be played. And women do this to men too. Like women do this to men too. Let's not get it fucked up. Like she's left guys on red. She's waited to respond. Like, but when a man does it, now he's an asshole. Now he's a dickhead. Dude, women do it way more than men. They leave you on scene. They don't respond. They flake on dates. Like, dude, now the men are giving you a dose of reality. They're giving you a taste of your own medicine because they have the leverage, and now it's an issue. See, this is the bullshit hypocrisy that I'm talking about. Like, I mean,
So-
Okay, well, let me tell you why I say you can't go back, because I don't think it has anything to do with the status.
yeah, it has something to do with the status. It has something to do with the money, and it has something to do with the physical stature of that man. Therefore, like, she dated a PJ Washington 6'7" phenom, man child, but phenom nonetheless. And she can't go back from that. Like, the guy has to be a certain height. He has to be a certain attractiveness level. And I'm just telling you right now, tall, hot guys, are not going to commit to a ran through video vixen single mother.
My impression of you personally,
I can't wait to hear this.
my impression of you personally is that you are not caught up with the money thing.
No.
It's not about money. It's not about status. And again, this is based off of both the book, you know what I'm saying, seeing you operating in different environments, and then also having conversations with you off camera, right? You are not the type of person that, from my perspective, as far as my experience with you, that's chasing money. You're not chasing men necessarily with money, but that's literally what you attract sometimes, right? But at the same time,
Oh my God. Anton is such a fucking old head. And I like him. I really do like him. I think he provides a lot of value. And I really enjoy his perspective. This is not to like, and he'll probably see this and be like, oh, I ain't fucking with that nigga. I don't care. My thing is, I'm gonna call it straight. I'm gonna call it how it is. This is the disconnect between the old guard and the new niggas. Like, bro, he's trying his best not to call her a gold digger. She's a fucking gold digger. It is what it is. She's a clout chasing fucking clout demon. That's really what it is. Like, dude, and that doesn't mean that she's a bad person, but it definitely means that she should not be taken seriously. Straight up. And I'll stand on that. So, although, like I said, I like Anton, I respect his point of view and all this other stuff, but let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck. Like, dude, don't just give her an out. I don't think you're just chasing men for the clout and the status and the money. Dude, she's chasing men who get her fucking pussy wet. And the only way to do that is if they have the clout, the status, the money, and the physical stature.
you can't turn the faucet off, because similar to what you just said earlier,
You heard that. She can't turn the faucet off.
you said, what happens when I post this guy? Right?
Ooh, that
Because
makes
you
me
can't
anxious just thinking about it.
Why do you have to post the guy?
you can't unfamous yourself, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And it has nothing to do with the fact that, oh, okay, well, she's chasing this thing or whatever, because I don't get that impression of you. I'm saying that you can't go and work at Target.
My nigga sat down with her one time and she convinced him that she was a catch. Fuck out of here. My question is, Anton, if you had a son, would you let him date Brittany Renner? Okay. That's all we need to know.
No, people.
You know
would
what I'm
make fun of
saying?
me.
Like,
Shout out to Key. He says, Quarantino the guy, before you end the stream, go to Super Saiyan 3. Okay. I'll go Super Saiyan 3 at the end of the stream. Let's get it.
she can't go back to regular as far as herself, which then impacts who it is that you associate yourself with. And so I don't know how you solve for that, though, because when I ask you and I say, okay, can you go and talk to the guy that's in corporate America that make $120,000 a year?
Absolutely.
That's what you want.
What? Let's run it back.
Because when I ask you and I say, okay, can you go and talk to the guy that's in corporate America that make $120,000 a year?
$120,000 a year. That's way too much, bruh. That's way too much. That's the top 10% of the population. That's not the average guy. They keep talking. Oh my God. Fuck. Dude, that's not average. That's not average. $120,000 a year is not average. Can you date an average guy? Let's say he's making $120,000 a year. Dude, he's fucking elite. Why would you even say that's average? The average black man makes $44,000 a year. Ask her that. There are not many men walking around who look the way she wants them to look who are making $120,000 a year. Stop it.
A year.
Absolutely.
That's what you want, or that's what you may be open to. But how do you know that he don't see you? How do you know he don't see you as Britt? I'll call you Britt. How you know he don't see you as Britt and he don't see you as Brittany Renner?
Or bundle with Brittany. That's even
Yeah,
worse.
you know what I'm saying? How you know that he ain't fucking clout chasing on Instagram? How do you know that? And this is
You
the
guys
dilemma.
know, let me know.
This is the dilemma, right? That I
Bruh, and then he's trying to remove the accountability. Like I said, I like Anton, but I cannot let this shit fly. He's trying to remove the accountability from Brittany Renner by saying, well, now the roles are reversed. So now the men are clout chasing Brittany after she clout chased 24 guys that she listed in her book, but probably more than that. So she was the clout demon chasing clout and fucking men. She was exercising her hypergamous nature, which, you know, it is what it is. But now he's trying to make it seem like she's the victim. Dude, she chose to fuck the men that she fucked. And now, since she has status of her own, yes, the tides are going to be turned. The men who don't have the type of status that she has, now he's trying to paint them as if they're predatory and they're preying on Brittany Renner. No, they want to rail her pussy because they see her online with that ass hanging out. They see her online with those, oiled up and shit. Like, let's go to her fucking Instagram. Well, let's stop this fucking bullshit. I'm sorry, guys, but we got to stop this shit. We got to stop it. We must stop it. They want to sleep with her. Will they get bitches in return? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. But she literally said, she posted a picture of her in the gym showing the ass off. And then she literally says, I want a man who will eat my ass and also let me eat his. Should we at Kevin Gates? Because that's literally what he described. So this is her sister, who obviously she could stand to lose about 20, 30 pounds. She has 97,000 followers. She's in a better position to get a man than Brittany, but she's still overweight. And I see she got the waist trainer on. She still needs to lose 20 to 30 pounds. And it looks like she is a bottle girl, just a little bottle girl photo dump because I missed that ish. So she was a bottle girl. Obviously, we know the type of lifestyle bottle girls live. Like I said, overweight. Okay, but even though she has like a hoard out social media, she has a better chance at Brittany. You mean to tell me that she wants people to see her as more, but literally, and then here's her crying again. We'll just listen to this. More of the waterworks.
And the way you cut your hair. I hate the way you drive my car. I hate it when you stare. I hate your big, dumb combat boots. And the way you read my mind. I hate you so much, it makes me sick.
So I think these are fake tears.
It even makes me run. I hate the way you're always right. I hate it when you lie. I hate it when you make me laugh.
I hate it when you
Even
cry.
worse when you make me cry.
Okay, there we go.
I hate it when you're not around. And the fact that you didn't go. But mostly I hate the way I don't hate you. Not even close. Not even a little bit. Not even at all. Insane.
I told you that all her tears on Instagram are fucking fake. That was literally proof right there. That was proof right there. Cute kid, but guys, that literally invalidated everything that Anton. I mean, I see what he's doing. He's trying to play matchmaker, but fuck out of here.
I look at
It's
from women with
fucked
visibility, but
It's
it is fucked up, right?
That's why when I see you guys, I'm like, damn, like that shit is beautiful. Like, why can't that happen?
Shout out to Moonrider. He said one of the comments on the post says, she's a little too good at this crying thing. Exactly. And Brittany Renner said, oh, when she looks at Anton Daniels' relationship, why can't I have that? Because Anton and his wife, they look alike. Okay? They match when it comes to sexual market value. And I'm just talking about physicality, okay? And then they, you know, obviously they get along and whatnot. But physically, they match. They match. So, Brittany, you're not going to, unless you come down on the standards, it's not going to happen. Anton and his wife, it wasn't like Anton, like I said earlier, it wasn't like he went and got a fucking Bernice Burgos or some shit. And it wasn't like his wife went and got a fucking Morris Chestnut. Physically, they're both average. Physically, they're both average. So that's what it is. You're not going to get some super tall, hot guy and have him to yourself, especially if he's making money. It's not going to happen. So stop it. Like, let's stop with the bullshit. Like, if Anton was single, he would not be able to bag you. Or damn near any of these fucking Instagram models without the bread, without the bag. And this is no respect to Anton. Like I said, I love his content. But let's keep it a bean. The women, they're not getting wet for that. Respectfully, they're not getting wet for that, bro.
And for me, like,
Would you give it up though? Would you give up the visibility, the fame,
Your
Why would I have to?
standards, your physical
Well,
standards.
I'm using it
after giving so much away, because you
right.
have to think. In the book, I talk about, I left
I give myself away. Looking ass.
and I gave away everything. And guess what? 10 years later, I did the same thing because, I didn't learn the first time. Like, the first time could have been, okay, be your own person, make your own money.
No, the reason why you did it the first time was for love. The second reason why you did it with PJ Washington was because he had that fucking bag and he had the leverage. That was it. So the first time, it's not that you didn't learn from your mistakes. You said, you know what? It sounds kind of weird to give up my social media presence for this relationship, but I'm going to do it because this guy's a fucking millionaire and he's a fucking freak of nature phenom. That's why you did it. It didn't have anything to do with, I didn't learn my lesson. No, you learned your lesson, but women will make rules for beta and break rules for alpha. And that is what happened.
You don't have to lose yourself in a man. I thought I learned that.
Well, I don't believe that
You better lose yourself in the moment, the music you want it. Goofy ass.
you should have to, but I'm using an extreme example to kind of illustrate a point, right? How bad do you want one thing over the other, right?
Okay, so these are your options, Brittany. I'm gonna keep it a buck right here. Average financial status, gorgeous looks. Or you can get really good financial status and he is muy feo. He's an ugly man. He's not easy on the eyes. He is, not attractive at all. He's short, fat, bald. I mean, I'm not trying to describe Anton respectfully, but nigga with the bag who's short and fat, or a tall, hot, broke nigga. Those are your options.
Would you be willing to give up everything?
Then what you gonna say? Oh, there's 7 billion people in the world. Well, are you gonna go to India and ride all of those dicks and write a book about that? The fuck out of here.
If you knew for a fact, now obviously none of us know for a fact what the future holds, but if you knew for a fact that this thing was going to end up in pajamas on Christmas every year and all of this other type of shit, would you be willing to give up all of this? Realistically, honestly, would you be willing to give up every fucking, because this is not just giving up the visibility. This is giving up everything that you fucking worked for your entire life, that you've overcome circumstances and obstacles and issues in order to build for yourself. Is that something that you think you could even do in this extreme example?
Give up everything?
Yeah.
Absolutely fuck not.
There you have it.
I would never do that.
Why?
And I respect it. At this point, be single, be a spinster, take care of your child, because relationship, marriage, yeah, that's not in the deck. That's not in the deck. Okay, I'm sorry. Key says 7 billion people in the world, and so many of them are either broke, ugly, fat, and I'd say 6.9 billion don't fit any other standard she has. Exactly.
I have a purpose. Like whatever people believe in, God, universe, creator, source, whatever.
There you have it. God, universe, creator, source. There's one God. There's one God. Yahweh, Jehovah, Elohim, whatever you want to call him, Allah. There's one God.
Whatever. I'm just called to do certain things. I'm called to be in certain spaces. I'm called to take up space. And I, at one point, debated about, when I got pregnant, deleting my social media and just like living go fuck yourself. None of you guys like me anyways.
Yeah.
I'm gonna just have my family and I'm gonna go.
And I'm not making this video because we dislike Brittany. I actually like her. I've said multiple times that I think that she would be a cool girl to kick it with and, be a casual ting. But at the end of the day, she's very delusional in her mindset, thought process, and,
I couldn't do that because it wouldn't be me being my true self. Like, I am a big personality. I challenge these outdated societal norms. And
God, these are not societal norms. These are biological imperatives. Just like you want a man that's taller than you, men don't want a fucking whore. We don't want the village slut. We don't want the village slut. Why can't they understand this? So it just goes back to the fact that women can have standards and men cannot. And if men have standards, we're shamed.
She belongs to the streets.
She belongs to the streets, y'all.
And I am a voice for it.
Shout out to Moonrider73. He says, she wouldn't give anything up because she's a narcissist at her core. They don't have an innate method of self-validation that motivates their attention seeking. All women fit this description. Absolutely. I 100% agree.
A lot of people who are afraid to speak up. And we've been through different shit. So to say like, oh, could I give it all for love? Like, love is absolutely something that I want, but I can't deny myself.
There you have it. Love is about compromise. Love is about, it's no point in describing it. She's not going to take the hint. She's not going to take the hint. We got 2 more videos to break down, guys. Can't wait to do it with you. I'm glad for everybody who stuck through this. This has been a great stream, 3-hour stream. Even though the numbers are not necessarily reflecting what we should be having, obviously there is an inherent initiative to dispel my traction when it comes to this algorithm shit. But we're gonna keep working. Jim finally comes back. She says, or they say, when you agree all women fit the description, does that exclude your girl? No, it doesn't exclude my girl. But when the woman is malleable and she is able to listen to direction, that can definitely change. So when Moonrider was talking about the narcissistic nature of women and the innate method of self-validation that they lack, I definitely wholeheartedly believe in that, because my girl, you know, would be a totally different person if she didn't meet me, and she's told me that. So
A lot of the girls that I know stayed. And if they didn't
Really?
stay, they want to be with their baby daddy. Yes. And
bullshit.
even though they have a crazy earning potential.
She said, isn't Riley Reid your girl? Nah, my girl look way better than Riley Reid. Riley Reid looks like a fucking prepubescent fucking little girl. My girl she's all woman.
It's that.
Why do they stay? Why do they stay?
Why do they stay?
Because they got the earning potential. It's not like they.
That's what I want to know. When you can make your own, I really don't understand why you would want it.
You don't think that it's in a woman's nature to just want companionship over?
Who doesn't want that? But at the expense of being disrespected, cheated on, and then him possibly having outside babies or giving you something, lying to you. Like the bond isn't deep if you're not even committed to your fucking self. And I think that's where I was like trying to be this housewife, like, oh, I'm not going to post on Instagram. I'm not going to post any videos. I'm going to just disappear. That wasn't me being true to myself. I love the attention. What are we saying? That's why I can deal with the negative shit, because there's just too much fucking.
You heard it. She loves the attention.
Positive shit that comes from it. And I love attention. I love people talking about me. I love all that shit.
You too real.
So that's why I'm like, at this point, fuck.
He literally said, you too real. Oh my God. Look at him fucking pandering. I like Anton, but this is the shit that I cannot stand. I can't stand it. You're too real. Oh my God. You're too real for any of these men. Oh my God. Ugh, it's disgusting to me.
No. Like, I take care of shit like.
Jim said, how tall is your chick? If you want to know what my girl looks like, just go to my community post. She's literally on my community post. They also says, he's just trying to get the cheeks himself. That's the funniest thing that you've said the whole time, and I wholeheartedly agree.
I make shit happen. I'm creative as fuck. Like, it would be a disservice to myself and to why I was called to even be here, to just fade off into the background and be in love. Because what happens when they wake up and they don't love you in the morning? Or if they cut the credit card off, or if they take your car, or if they kick you out of your house when your son is 2.5 months old. What do you do then?
That's true.
The only reason I even had the balls to drop my nuts on that nigga's head, or just period, is because I'm Brittany Renner. Because most women, and I'm not gonna say most women, because we don't gotta bring other people into this. If I would not have been Brittany Renner and had the earning potential that I had, I would have stayed. 100%.
Well, but you gotta bring other people into it, though.
She should have stayed with PJ Washington, regardless of the cheating. I mean, I'm just going to tell you right now, that's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The man was willing to overlook all of your whoredom. He overlooked all that. He accepted all that. So you have to accept some shit about him, too. And the fact that he was young and he still wanted to fuck other bitches, you should have ate that.
I see why bitches stay now. And I always used to judge women that would stay.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, you weak-ass bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking leave. You can't go get a job. But when you get yourself into that hole and you got thousands of dollars worth of bills and you ain't had a job in 10 years or a year, whatever, 9 months, you know what I mean? When I didn't work at all when I was pregnant. I can fucking see why people stay. It actually would have.
So you didn't save any of your money. And while she was pregnant, it doesn't mean that she couldn't have worked. She literally could have written another book, but she didn't. She could have written a book about motherhood and pregnancy and how great the process was, how painful it is, how her emotions are on an emotional roller coaster, how dealing with her baby daddy and dealing with the celebrity man and not put out too much information about their relationship, but just show how much that she was devoted and committed to that relationship, and how she knew she had made mistakes in the past, but she's willing to work on herself to better the relationship and the furtherment of her child. But she didn't do that. She just sat on her ass and ate ho-hos and cried that he was fucking other girls.
It would have been a lot easier for me to just suck a dick and shut the fuck up. Oh, he's gonna go do what he wants to do. I'm gonna be taken care of, I guess, kind of taken care of, not really, but taken care of enough to where I don't have to work. I see why women stay now. And I used to judge baby mama.
Jim says, I need a tattoo of, quote, end quote, Brittany Renner is greater than me.
And I always used to judge women who stay in marriages. And then I found myself having to make a choice. And I can guarantee, I know for a fact, I would have at least stayed a lot longer if I didn't have the earning potential I did. But I was like, oh, I'm going to drop my nuts on your head. And I'm going to show you, bitch.
Do you think that a lot of that comes from you being kind of left out in the cold? And again, I'm referring back to your book, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it seems like when things started to go left with a lot of the different guys, or let me rephrase that. It seems like when you got into the relationship and then the guy got comfortable based off of this, you know, the different descriptions that you've given as far as how how the dynamic of the relationships ended up. When the guy got comfortable, it seems like things started to go left.
She says, I checked out the community post. What's up with your gym kicking you out? What did you do? It was a joke. Somebody was trolling me. I guess they texted me from a text now number. So it was a joke. So.
And then you got left out in the cold, right? Do you think that that's impacting how it is that you see society? Or
she didn't get left out of the cold. She fucking left her man. He wanted her to stay. He was heartbroken when she left. She didn't get left out in the cold. She left.
Started to go left, and then you got left out in the cold.
Fucking
right?
bullshit. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. I love Anton, but he's showing that the simp mentality is real.
Do you think that that's impacting how it is that you see society?
And it's too late now. Brittany can't go back. Her PJ, he already got a new girl, and the girl is hotter than her. So
society, or that even influenced how you started to judge baby mamas, or all of that other type of stuff? Or do you think that that's just the reality? Like, the reality is women that don't have options stay versus
no, that's not it. It's the women who stay. It's not that they don't have options, bro. Every fucking woman has options. See, this is, like I said, that old head shit. This is that old guard shit. This is that old man shit. Oh, well, she's the prize and she's got options. And dude, a woman having options is not a fucking flex. Any guy would, I mean, come on, dude. Any guy would fuck Brittany Renner, like, regardless of her past. Like, if you just face value her physicality, you're gonna fuck. Like, that's not a flex. Oh, she's got options. She can go to any other dude. Women don't leave when they're being cheated on because they know that this is a great situation, regardless of the man's infidelity. It's a great situation. And they actually love and care for that man. Okay, this is why Camille is staying with Bill Cosby throughout all these years. You don't think that she knew that he was fucking and drugging women and all this kind of stuff? I mean, like I said, we can talk about that later, but I don't think that he was actually drugging these hoes. I think they were willingly taking drugs. If you listen to the accounts of a lot of these chicks. But anyways, we can get into that another day. But like, come on. The reason why they stay is because they know they've got a good man. Just because a man wants to fuck other women doesn't mean that he's not a good man. And it doesn't mean that he's not loyal to that woman, okay? Jim also says, some men speak red vitamin when women are not present, but when around a woman who's attractive, turn blue. Yeah, that's Anton right there. But I mean, as you can see, I'm on the overdose Red Pill Overdose podcast every Saturday or every other Saturday, just depending. And I'm not trying to fuck any of those women, and I'm telling them the God honest truth. And some of them hate me for it. Some of them want to inquire more about it. But at the end of the day, they respect it. So, yeah. So I'm not going to sugarcoat shit. I'm not going to, tamper it down a little bit. No, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to tell you what I believe to be true.
You know, the idea that women should explore the freedom that or their creativity or their purpose or all of this other type of stuff. And then the relationship needs to just be organic as far as nurturing whatever it is that you are, versus you having to give up something in order to be in this relationship with the person in order to have all of the different things. Like you and Kev had a conversation, and Kev says you got to choose.
He did say that.
Yes. Remember what I said earlier. She's got to choose. Broke, gorgeous man, or ugly, rich nigga. Those are your choices.
How does that, like, when you look back?
Jim says, I was referring to this black guy, not you. Yeah, no, yeah, that's what I said. That's Anton right there who did that.
On that conversation, how does that affect you?
It didn't make me feel good. But none of his content made a lot of people feel good. Like, a lot of it didn't, because
it made men feel good because it brought reality to these women, and that's all we wanted the whole time. That's all we wanted. That's all we wanted, was them to actually see reality.
Still, there's truth into what he said. So it's not always going to feel good, because that's a true perspective. It may not be for that guy, it may be for that one. When he said I had to choose, it made me feel like I had to choose myself and choose career.
Yep, and that was it. So she chose herself. So don't get mad when you are single. Key says, big fact. When you're on the podcast, you keep it a buck, no matter if the woman attractive or not. Exactly. Spicy Parody says, can you make a Streamlabs so we can donate to you easily? I'll look into it, but the super trap should be soon, coming soon once we get monetized. Key says, you can tell if a man gets cat by if he stands his ground when women are around. If he concedes, he's not getting cat. You can tell. Exactly. So when people say, oh, reclaim you're an incel, or oh, reclaim you don't get no pussy. Yeah, okay. That's fine. You can believe what you want, but let's keep it a buck. I'm gonna tell you what, when I take my clothes off and then a woman sees my body and then she sees my abs, like, I can't get her off of me.
Over what it is I still truly want, which is family, marriage.
Spicy Parody says, do you think Adam Levine was a bad person for having a side chick? So I don't think Adam Levine was a bad person for having a side chick. I think Adam Levine is he is an occultist. I think he is part of the Masonic agenda. I think that he, is a part of the Hollywood agenda. I definitely think that he sold his soul for fame. Absolutely. But so I wouldn't say that he's a bad person for having a side chick. I would say that he's a bad person for practicing the occult, and upholding the Masonic agenda. Shout out to Spicy Parodies. He says white girls try to make him a villain. Yeah, so it's not because of, and he did some goofy shit now. Like, I think it was mad. I think he has no game. I think he's game goofy, and I think he's blue pill. But that's not why I think he's a bad person. I think that he is an occultist. That's probably why. But Key says white boy who's on your podcast from time to time is cool. He was on the first time you were on, but he turns blue pill when certain women are around. Is that Robbie, the one you're talking about? Yeah, I agree wholeheartedly.
A bond. I feel like as a woman, you had to make a calculated judgment call. Do I give up this in hopes of that, and then if he leaves me in the morning, I'm ass out? Or do I just say fuck love in general? If he finds me,
well, if you would have secured a marriage, he couldn't have left you ass out. That is the point. If you would have got married to him, there's no way he could have left you ass out.
Finds me, I'll die alone. Get a dog and die alone. But I miss him.
It's buy a dog, not get a dog. And she misses Kevin Samuels. Yeah, we all do.
But I feel like, why are the options so extreme? Why can't women have both? Why can't there be?
Because they can't. You can't have everything that you want in life. Point blank. Period.
It's not. It can't. That don't fly.
Yep.
What do you mean?
In most situations, that don't fly. Like you can't because you're dealing with an entirely like a whole nother human being that also has an objective, right? They also have
Yeah, it's a yin and a yang. You can't have a woman who is Instagram model quality and not want attention from other men. Just like you can't be a, Instagram thought woman and expect for men to completely respect you unless they're blue pill. So it works both ways. Key says, yeah, I was watching one night, and he was in the comments saying you didn't know what you were saying, but he was agreeing with you when he was on the pod. Yeah, we had some discussions before the podcast even started, and he was trying to disagree with me on some points, and he's just not as skilled in this shit as I am. And he's not the I like Robbie, I really do, but he's not my pedigree. I mean, let's keep it a buck. Like, a guy like him. Okay, here's the difference. Me personally, to get women, I don't have to have game. I don't have to have game. And I'm not saying I'm the most attractive guy, but I don't have to have game. I don't have to say a fucking word. I just have the look, okay? I have like the rapper look. You feel what I'm saying? Not to mention, like, combine the rapper look with the athlete look, it's OV. So like my presence, I demand when I walk into a venue, I demand looks. Like for him, respectfully. And I don't think that he's but I don't think he's an unattractive guy, but he's not in shape. He's not in shape. Okay. He's kind of chubby, but when he, like 5 years down the line, like they were saying earlier, like Jim was saying earlier about me. Oh, you're going to gain 50 pounds in 10 years. Yeah. Fuck out of here. Not me, but him. Yeah. He's going to be a fat slob in 10 years. So, and I like him. I really do, but he needs to get in the gym. He has too much stomach fat. He has too much belly fat. Me, no, I don't drink like that. I don't party. Well, I do party, but I don't drink like that. So, like when I party, I'm losing calories. When those guys party, they're gaining calories. So, and I like him. I really like him. Okay, I just want to let that be clear. I think he's really funny. I think he has a great outward personality. I think he does good at triggering the women. But when it comes to like physicality, physical attractiveness level, we demand a different level of attention. Okay. Like when I walk in a room, bitches see my figure and they're like, oh shit, that nigga is like, you know what I'm saying? He got that body, so it's way different. Like I said, I don't need game. Like I don't have to, let me talk her out of her panties. No, it's just, baby girl, come over here, feel my stomach. All right, let's go. Pretty much. That's pretty much how I have, that's pretty much how I have had the sexual experience that I've had. I never needed game. Like I never had to, yo, mama, let me spit at you right quick. Da, 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 da. It's like, no, all I got to do is get her to come to the crib and then it's over. Moonrider says, why can't I have everything? LOL. Thinks like a 6-year-old. The way her parent did a terrible job. Yeah, exactly. Key says, yeah, he a cool dude, I can tell, just not fully aware of red vitamin. Absolutely.
Narrative that's just been painted into their life, and that because like most guys don't necessarily care about what a woman makes or what it is that she does for a living.
Yeah, we especially a guy that's got money, we don't give a fuck at all
when they take into consideration whether or not they would talk to her. But once you get into that conversation, you can't say that it doesn't affect what y'all, you know what I'm saying, the dynamic of y'all relationship. Absolutely. Right?
Yeah.
So when you take that into consideration, you still have to listen to, well, what does this guy want? What is he asking for? What is the objective? Because it's all fun and games in the beginning, and I don't believe in dating.
Okay. What do you believe in?
I believe that because all dating is trying to deflower and peel back the layers of what somebody truly is or who somebody truly is, right? And so all dating is a bunch of presentation, is flying out, going to dinners, depending on whatever.
Flying out. What? Excuse me? Flying out? What the fuck is he talking about? Bruh, I mean, respectfully, Anton, there was no flying out culture when you were dating. Anton hasn't dated for a long time, okay? He's been out of the game. He's disconnected. And like I said, I love his content. I love the financial advice that he gives. I don't agree with everything that he says, but I respect Anton Daniels overall. I really do. But when it comes to this game shit, when it comes to this red vitamin stuff, I don't think he has the full picture because he has a daughter and he has a wife and he still has to pander to women just to save face in his own household. So that's an issue. But flying out, bro, that's not part of dating. That's hookup culture. You don't just fly a bitch out to take her on a date. No, if I fly you out, you're fucking sucking my dick. Point blank. Let's see. Jim says, no hate, but how do women know you're buff if you have a shirt on? Are you thinking of ways prior to get your shirt off? No, dude. You can tell. You can tell. Just like I know a woman has a fat ass when she has pants on. It's the same thing. Just like I can tell a fat man is fat when he has a shirt on. It's the same thing. Like, what are you talking about? How does a woman know? And I know you didn't mean no hate by that, but how does a woman know that you're buff? And I'm not buff. I'm lean. Okay. I'm lean. I'm muscular. I have 8% body fat. But how does a woman know that you're buff if you can see it in my figure? I mean, what are we really saying here? Like, even let me see if I can go to my my Instagram real quick. Like, literally, you can see it in my figure. So let's go to my story. Okay. Let's go to my story from last night. So I was wearing a white t-shirt, which I like to do to extenuate my features. Look at my traps. Look at my shoulders. You can see that my traps are popping out of the t-shirt. Look at my chest. You can see that when you look at my chest sticks out more than my stomach. That means that I have a lean body. My chest protrudes more than my stomach. Okay? So that's how you can tell. You can look at my arms. My veins are literally popping out of my arms. So it's not hard to tell. That's just like saying, "Oh, how do you tell a man is fat if he doesn't take his shirt off?" You can tell. Just by looking at them. I mean, that's really the answer. You can literally look at them and see. Like, respectfully, when we take a look at Anton, you can tell, yeah, you know, he could stand to lose, I would say 50 to 60 pounds. Because if he did, he would, if Anton lost weight, he would look like a short, he could pass for a short Tay Diggs. But he's got to lose the weight. And he can get in shape. All he has to do is buy my Reclaim Your Throne D1 Elite Training Program. And he can lose the weight in 90 days. So, but yeah, I mean, you can tell when you look at Anton, yeah, he could stand to lose some weight. So it's not hard to tell somebody's figure. You know, like I said earlier, I can tell a woman has big fat titties by just looking at her without taking her shirt off. Jim says, well, yeah, but not saying you're a bodybuilder, but you have a bodybuilder body. It makes sense. Yeah, I don't think I have a bodybuilder body. Bodybuilders are like fucking. They're like bulging. They're bulgy. I'm like lean, like fit, clean. You know what I'm saying? Like 100% muscle. Well, 92% muscle.
Tax bracket is. It's a presentation layer, whereas I don't understand why women don't talk to their best friends.
Bruh. Women do talk to their best friends. What do you mean? I don't understand why women don't talk to their best friends. That's the problem, Anton. Respectfully, God, Jesus Christ. Why do I have to? You're an older guy. Why do we have to teach these guys this stuff? Dude, women do talk to their best friends. That's the fucking problem. they're talking to their girlfriends and their girlfriends saying, honey, you shouldn't tolerate that. Oh, PJ was texting an Instagram model. Honey, you need to leave him and take him for everything he owes. She left PJ Washington because she thought she was going to get more out of the deal. She thought she was going to get a high child support check, but PJ, contrary to popular belief, it looks like he's financially astute because he is probably, he could have put his money in a trust. He could, you know, when it comes to these NBA contracts, your pay is based off of an annual salary. So he's getting one payment. He's getting one check. Okay. Or they distribute it periodically depending on whatever payment plan that he or distribution plan that he set up in his contract. But he can basically show no income. He can also put that money in a trust. He can also throw that money into real estate. So there are many ways to hide your monthly revenue. And that's why she got $2,500, because I think that he pretty much put his money into an entity where it could not be tampered with. And that was very intelligent on his part. Maybe his dad taught him, maybe his mom did, maybe his lawyer advised him, maybe his CPA advised him to do that. But very, very smart move. Jim says, how are you more lean with less muscle than bodybuilders, but you still stronger than they are? That's impressive. Because I train harder and I don't take performance enhancing drugs. Jim says, I think he knows this, but like I said, he's putting up a front for her. Yeah, maybe.
Okay. Because the foundation.
I think Jim is becoming a fan, honestly. Like they were a hater, but I think they is becoming a fan.
Of a relationship has to be deeper than whatever it is.
Oh,
that you...
okay. So you're saying being with a guy that's like your best friend.
Correct.
Okay.
So her best friend tried to fuck her. So yeah, that's not gonna work. You can't talk to your male best friends about these shits, bruh. You need to talk to family. You need to talk to a male role model in your family, which it sounds like she doesn't have. Maybe she could console with Anton about these situations, even though he's kind of blue vitamin.
Because the foundation has to be much deeper than
Physical,
just sex,
romance, even.
Correct, because that it's gonna be up and down, right? And then eventually we all gonna get fucking old and we're gonna be 80 and we're not gonna look the way we look today, right?
She's not gonna look the way that she looks today in like 5 years. She doesn't have to wait till she's 80. Jim says, I am a she. I'm just processing the stuff you're saying in the red vitamin community. A melanated woman at that. Yeah, I mean, I fuck with you, Jim, but you came out talking shit, so I had to talk shit back. You know, if you start the streams more respectful, then I won't have to talk shit about you. But you know, if you come at me, I'm gonna come back. I'm not one of these dudes where, oh, well, that's your opinion. No, fuck that. I'm finna come at you 100% full head of steam.
So it has to be much deeper than that. So, you know, that whole presentation layer doesn't make sense. So I don't even know how you choose. How do you evaluate who to talk to? How can you pick and choose? Hey, you know what? I'm gonna give this guy a chance. It's 100,000 people in my DMs, right? I gotta go to the requests folder. How do you even determine who you gonna talk to and who you not gonna talk to?
Moonrider says, haters and fans are two sides of the same coin. Remember Syndrome from The Incredibles. Absolutely. I love The Incredibles.
I don't know what
That's fucked up.
I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I don't know.
Ask your father, ask your uncles, ask your male cousins, ask a man who's not trying to fuck you. Hell, ask me, DM me. I ain't trying to fuck.
I don't know a lot of people in my situation.
Tracy says, Jim likes Stacey Abrams. That says a lot. Right.
And that just want something genuine.
What do you have other friends that may be as visible as you that you talk
like
to and you're like, hey?
Well, I'm gonna be honest. A lot of the girls that I know
are fucking whores and they're fat. Let's go to Brittany Renner's Instagram. A lot of the girls that I know, yeah, let's go to the girls that you know. Let's go to the girls that she knows, because when you look at them, they're fucking slut buddians. Shout out to Sharp. Shout out to Sharp, okay? And I'm not trying to make fun of her friends and da-da-da-da. This is the photo that she took after that Rolling Loud incident where she threw water on that young man. Okay. 1, overweight. Okay. She's fat. 2, overweight. She's fat. This one in the middle, she looks like she's in better shape than the other two, but she is overweight. So how can you take these females' advice? You can't. There's no fucking way you can take those women's advice. This woman right here, any woman who would wear this out in public is a fucking slut. Point blank. So you can't take their advice. It's invalid. It's invalid. Which one of these women can actually give her advice? This fat bitch over here cannot give her advice at all. What is she going to tell her? She doesn't have the experience. She doesn't have the looks to even demand a quality man. She deserves a fat nigga. Second shift at the plant. So what can her friends really tell her? Nothing. They can't tell her shit because she's fucking hotter than all of them. The only friend that she would be able to listen to is a friend who is just as hot or hotter than her, which she can't even listen to her sister because her sister's overweight as well. So she has to listen to somebody who's just as hot or hotter than her who's in a relationship. But now that girl who's in the relationship, oh, now she's a pick me. Now she's a pick me. Jim says, I am Democratic for reasons, but I'm not opposed to the red vitamin community. Tracy Jones says, can I pick your brain, Jim? Why do you support the Democratic Party? I just don't get it. Jim says, because I came from a conservative household adopted by 2 white parents, and they were pretty racist. Okay, well, see, that's the issue right there. If 2 white parents adopted you, they're not racist, bro. They were trying to help you. They were trying to help you. And honestly, it seems like Jim is going through an identity crisis, kind of similar to Brittany Renner, where she was taught by, she basically grew up in a white household, so she never really learned how to be black. So the only people who could really teach her how to be black is people in the media. And that's what happened. That's what happened to Jim, respectfully. Rob P says, how come it's not letting me donate? Because I'm not monetized on this channel yet. We got 200 more watch hours. So make sure you share the video, like the video, comment on the video after the stream ends so that we can get monetized, because I need 200 more watch hours. Jim says, they called me the N-word, hard R, for 18 years and told me I wasn't what they were. Oh, okay. Well, yeah, that's crazy. Well, I wasn't fully adopted. They were getting paid to take care of me. Okay, well, yeah, you know, I feel that. It sounds like you were in a fucked up situation, but just because they were Republicans doesn't mean that all Republicans are racist, okay? So I think you had such a bad experience in that situation where you went hard left. And this is what I'll say. The left is fucking insane. There's no way anybody with some intellectual integrity could stand behind that. There's no like, you can't stand behind abortion. Okay? You can't stand behind abortion and have any integrity. You just can't. Especially the impact that abortion has had on the black community. Over 750 million fetuses aborted by black women. You can't stand behind that. If you are, you're just being intellectually dishonest. Another thing with the left, they don't believe in gender. They don't believe in gender roles. You can't stand behind that. This is not something that anybody with some intellectual integrity can stand behind. It's fucking ridiculous. So, you know, I understand that you were burned by Republicans, but that doesn't mean that you should just vote for Democrats blindly, because I'm going to tell you right now, Democrats can be just as racist, if not more racist, than Republicans. Tracy Jones says, that doesn't account for every white man or woman, though. I wouldn't paint a whole race based off of your adoptive parents. Exactly. That's just like painting all black men as criminals and crooks, even though, you know, we got a lot of those in the community. But just because you've seen a rapper killed his best friend's YNW Melly. Okay. Key says, Women have it embedded in their heads that it's their right being taken away. They can't look at the damage abortion has done. Exactly. But then when they're pregnant, I'm eating for two. I'm eating for two now, so I got to be cognizant. If the fetus was not a person, then why can't you drink alcohol while you're pregnant? Intellectually dishonest. I keep saying that. Rob P says, if you get the chance, can you review the Armand White article I DM'd you on Instagram? I might have to save that for another stream, bro. But I'll see about it.
Stayed. And if they didn't
Really?
stay, they want to be with their baby daddy. Yes. And
Bullshit. All these women taking these men to child support, these women can't wait to leave. They can't wait to fuck a celebrity guy and leave him. Come on.
Even though they have a crazy earning potential, it's that.
Why do they stay? Why do they stay? Because they got the earn.
More women leave than stay. That's the reality. I don't know what she's fucking talking about. Please drop some names. Drop some names, sis. Please. It's giving pathological liar.
Potential. It's not like they.
That's what I want to know. When you can make your own, I really don't understand why you would want it.
You don't think that it's in a woman's nature to just want companionship over?
Who doesn't want that? But at the expense of being disrespected, cheated on, and then him possibly having outside babies, or
it's always the worst case scenario. But when you have a responsible man, none of that happens. But granted, there are very irresponsible men out here. Carmelo Anthony.
Giving you something, lying to you. Like the bond isn't deep if you're not even committed to your fucking self.
Okay. So she said he wasn't committed to himself. Okay. Key says I could play chess on the top of this nigga head. Oh shit. That was funny. Anton's probably gonna watch this and think I hate him, but I actually fuck with Anton, but you know, we have jokes for everybody, and if you don't have thick skin, then get off of YouTube. But I actually really like Anton, and I definitely have a lot of respect for him. But I do think that some of his thought process in this interview was very blue vitamin. I think the only people who really kept it a buck with Brittany Renner was Kevin Samuels and DJ Academics.
They don't have
and Fresh and Fit.
True guy friends, because it only would take one opportunity for them to, like, if I just gave you the go, oh, now here we are sleeping together. Now you're not my best friend anymore.
But then they will buzz. But they will let the dude they don't care shit about.
No. Exactly. Great point, Anton. And we were just talking about him being blue pill, but he made a great point. Yes, exactly. This is it. These women, why don't you fucking date your best friend? I want my partner to. They always say this shit. I want my partner to be my best friend. He's got to be my best friend first before I date him. But then they're letting a guy who doesn't give a fuck about them get they're giving away the best part about them to a man who doesn't give a fuck about them. But you have a male best friend right here who is dying to sleep with you. He's in love with you. He just can't show you that because it'll end the friendship and you're not even looking his way. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous.
They don't have true guy friends because it only would take one opportunity for them to.
Rob P says, would you debate vegan games on why Candace Owens is not a bad person? I mean, yeah, but I don't like debating about like other people and defending somebody else's honor. Obviously, Candace Owens isn't a bad person. Come on. Like, that's obvious here. I mean, she's a married woman with kids, or I guess she's having the kid. She's pregnant. I don't know. I think she already had the kid. Married woman with kids doing the Lord's work, speaking against the victim mindset. And she actually just made a video on Andrew Tate about censorship. So I think she's doing a great job. Key says, Tino, do you think a high value man has to be in shape or skinny? At least, nah. Okay, so there's a high value man on paper, and then there's a high value man to women. Those are two different things. High value man on paper is way different from high value man to women. Okay. Key says a debate with vegan gains about abortion would be a good one. Yeah, that would.
To Like if I just gave you the go, oh, now here we are sleeping together. Now you're not my best friend anymore.
But then they will they will let the dude that don't care shit about
They know you stop speaking vaguely. That's Brittany Renner right there. They'll let the dude who don't give a fuck about them. You think Kevin Gates really gives a fuck about Brittany Renner? You think Kevin Gates planned on marrying Brittany Renner, having a family with Brittany Renner, being big stepdaddy to her child? Fuck no. Absolutely not. He saw no future with her. All he wanted to do was put dick all in her stomach, breathe through your nose. Like, come on, fuck out of here. Direct this energy to her, please, Anton. Just say, you.
about him, bust him down though. They will have sex with the guy that don't care about him.
Yep.
But the guy that's been rocking with him for an extended period of time that actually had
he's in love with her. Let's keep it a buck. Her best friend was in love with her. And he slept over one night and he couldn't resist trying her. He couldn't resist. That was his only opportunity.
Best interest at heart. They will look him over and say, well, I don't want to mess up the friendship.
Spicy Parody says, do you think you could take Vegan Gains one-on-one in a boxing match? He is over 6 feet tall, but I don't think he has much boxing experience. Yeah, I would destroy him in a boxing match. I don't give a fuck about no over 6 feet tall bullshit. I fight dudes who are 6 feet tall all the fucking time. I spar with them. And when you punch a 6 foot man in his stomach, he's not 6 foot anymore. He bends over and then I give him a fucking uppercut. So yeah, I would beat his ass respectfully. But you know, shout out to Vegan Gains. I like him though. Key says, bro, what if you started doing what Kevin did? The late night lives with women. Yeah, I would love to do that, but I don't think that they would come on my channel. That's the thing, because I'm a lot more rash than Kevin. Okay. You know, I'm a lot more triggering than Kevin, and I'm in their age range. So they would be more likely to try and disrespect me and all that kind of stuff, which, I mean, it would be fun. I don't care about being disrespected from women that I don't give a fuck about. But Keith, excuse me. Key says, to be honest, Vegan Gains isn't even in shape. He's strong, but he's pretty fluffy. Yeah, he's not in shape. Yeah, he couldn't last one round with me in a boxing ring. I mean, he'd be tired as shit. He would be tired as shit. And I'm way faster, way quicker hands, quicker head movement, all that.
That's the guy that
I think that's personally crazy. I think like that the friendship, and I'm learning more about this. Even in my last relationship, I don't think I focused enough on our friendship. Like I didn't really look at him as a
well,
friend.
you're in a unique situation because you got so many other factors that you got to consider outside of what normal, regular, everyday women have to consider, right? You got to watch out for the snakes. You don't know what true intentions are.
Yeah.
Then when, just like you described earlier, you know, and being realistic, you don't know how they're gonna react once they get into the spotlight or somebody take a photo with you and TMZ showing up outside of your door. And that's a completely different conversation, right?
Yeah.
So it's different for you. But in a general sense, I would say that most women have passed over the guy that they were supposed to marry.
Absolutely. There we go. Ding, 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 ding. Anton, you hit the nail on the head. Just when I lost faith, just when I thought that you were too blue vitamin to have this discussion with Brittany Renner, you're absolutely right. She has passed up her soulmate. She's passed up her dream man 1,000 times over. 1,000 times over, and then multiply that by 1,000. All the men who wanted to be her friend, all the men who were in the friend zone, who she knew and understood to be great guys, she just didn't find them sexually attractive. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Tracy Jones says, you would be great, or you would do great with female guests regarding this topic. You may change their lives for the better. Yeah. I mean, we got to get this channel growing, and then maybe we can do that in the future. Key says, this is off topic, but Kevin Samuels said he's not in favor of cheap first dates. Thoughts on that? Yeah, fuck out of here. Respect to Kevin, RIP to the GOAT. But yeah, you got me fucked up. I'm going to do a cheap first date. I could do an expensive first date. It depends on, you know, how bad I want the woman, to be honest. And, you know, if she makes a suggestion to go somewhere, I'm not against that either. Like if a woman says, hey, I want to go here, and, you know, it's a pretty expensive restaurant, I'm not totally against that, but only if she has been compliant through the process. Like if I hit her up and she flaked on me before, and then she says, okay, I'm gonna go out with you, but take me to Nurserat or some shit, I'm gonna be like, yeah, fuck out of here. But if she's showing high interest the whole time and she says, hey, You know, I'm trying to go to Fogo de Chao. I'm like, oh yeah, cool. I'm trying to go to Papa Do's. Oh yeah, cool. I'm trying to go to Benny Hanna. Yeah, cool. As long as she's showing interest, then we can go. Yeah, as long as she showed high interest initially, then we can go on that on a date. I don't care about it being expensive. I care about the woman's interest. So whether she, I mean, I'll take her on a cheap date. I'll take her on an expensive date. It really doesn't matter to me. He said, where did you take your girl out first date? I ain't take her out on the first date. She came to my crib. I made her some cheesecake, and then we got it on and popping. So I didn't take her out on an expensive date the first date. But then, like, after, you know, I started taking her out.
You're not committed to yourself. That's why you're out all here willy-nilly. So our bond isn't really that deep because you don't even give a fuck about yourself.
Just because a man sleeps around doesn't mean he doesn't give a fuck about himself. That's the fallacy. That's for women. That's for women, not for men. See, women try and conflate the same standards to themselves that they conflate to men. She knows that there was a clip where a guy said, why are you able to sleep around? And then she screamed at him and said, oh, because I'm not in tune with myself. I'm not in tune with my body. And she tried to make it seem like men aren't in tune with their body when they sleep around. As a matter of fact, that's actually the opposite. A man is 100% in tune with his body if he's sleeping around, because he's exercising his biological imperative for sleeping with as many beautiful and attractive women as possible. That's just what a man was biologically, physiologically is what he was created to do. That's what a man was made to do. So as a matter of fact, that means that he is doing exactly what every man desires. So that means he actually does care about himself. For a woman, if she's out here sleeping around, it's the total opposite, because that means she doesn't value herself. She doesn't value her womb. She doesn't care if she gets pregnant by 100 different dudes in the same day or some shit like that. Like, this is not rocket science. It's really not. Okay. They just don't get it.
I don't know, because I'm talking about women who have made millions that are with their baby daddy who cheated on them. I want them to just stand up. I get angry when I
look. She mad. She want them to do this.
Y'all be weak in the knees. Stand up. Stand up.
Oh God. And she is one of those female friends who's a bad influence. You should leave him, girl. Oh, he cheated on you. You should leave him. Yeah, she come on. That man makes that woman happy. That's the end of the discussion.
Daddy who cheated on them. I want them to just stand up. I get angry when I see them. Like I get mad sometimes a little bit, even resentful, because I'm just like, she's
mad because she wishes that she could overlook the infidelity and still be happy with the man, but she can't.
Could manifest.
Oh my God. It's fucking bullshit. There's no such thing as manifest. Like, dude, fuck out of here. But then when you bring up manifest destiny, then they're like, oh, it's imperialism, it's colonization. So why can women bring up, oh, manifest it? But then when the white man says, yeah, manifest destiny, we're supposed to be the ones who rule over North America. Now it's a problem. So when the white man is manifesting what he believes is rightfully his, you see how there's a conflict, but the women keep saying manifest. Well, he just manifested his destiny, but now y'all are crying about the colonization imperialism of the Americas. Fuck out of here.
Because I'm just like, you could manifest
God,
a better guy than this dickhead.
You can't manifest a man. Okay. You can't manifest a man. Key says, I have no issue with manifesting as long as you take initiative and progress to your goals every day. But when women speak of manifestation, they aren't taking any action. Exactly. See, you can manifest, but faith without works is dead. So women, when they speak of manifesting, just like Key said, they don't actually put in the work. When they say, oh, I'm going to manifest a man, and then you ask them, hey, what do you rate yourself 1 out of 10? They say 10. And then you ask them, well, if you're a 10, then what can you improve on? And they say, oh, I'm perfect. So in order to manifest, you have to put in work to get what you deserve. And these women do not do that.
Like, are you telling me your self-esteem is that
Can they
low?
though? Maybe part of the reason
No,
why
they
they
can't.
stand is because they don't feel like they'll get anything even remotely close.
They won't get anything close to the way that man makes them feel. This is, excuse me. When it comes to women, only one man can make them feel the way that they feel. Let me repeat. Only one man can make the woman feel the way that a woman only falls in love once. Okay? Woman only falls in love once. Anything after that is a constant. It's like, you know, she settled. Okay? That's exactly what it is. And if I want to speak personally, there's no other man that is going to be able to make my woman feel the way that I make her feel. And that's why women don't leave. Because there's no other man like me to make her feel the way that I make her feel. That's why. That's why. Even if people say, oh, you could do better, you can get a better guy, whatever, you can get a better guy, you can get a guy, okay, she might be able to get a better guy on paper, but at the end of the day, there's never going to be a man that's going to make her feel the same way that I make her feel. So that's why women don't leave. It's not because they think they can't do better and they're insecure and, oh, they have low self-esteem. No, it's that they know that you only get a shot at love once. And they want to make it work, and they're fighting for their relationship. Michael McGee says that song "Manifest It" by Netflix is hard. Have you heard it? No, I haven't heard it, but I'll check. Or Netflix, I'll check it out. Key said, yes, I see women with trash men all of the time, straight bums, but she stays because he makes her feel away. Yep.
But
So
do you have to if you're making your own money? Do you care?
See, it's not just about money. This shows how superficial and materialistic Brittany Renner is.
Oh,
do you
then you have to ask the question though: is what do women desire? What do y'all really want? That's the real question, because I don't even think that y'all know what y'all want.
If I were to like just give one blanket answer, stability.
Cap. Because you can get a fat, ugly man to give you stability all day long. He'll be at home. You can even get a stay-at-home man. You can get a stay-at-home man, and that will give you stability. It'll give you peace of mind that he's not cheating. So we all know that that's a fucking lie. Southern Star says, what up, bro? Key says social media has absolutely ruined relationships. Yep.
Know what y'all want.
If I were to like just give one blanket answer, stability. When I talk to women, that's what and even if they may not be saying that, I can hear it. Oh, he has this going on, or oh, there'd be two incomes. Oh, he. It's stability.
Stability in
every aspect: emotional stability, financial stability, actual physical stability too, because you have a protector, you have someone who.
Well, it's a trade-off though, right? Because some women will trade in the stability financially for
emotional
instability sexually, as far as him being able to step out and doing whatever it is that he's gonna do.
I ain't even gonna.
And that's fine. That's fine if you don't want to accept that, but just get an average guy. I mean, it's basically that. Moonrider said she had stability with PJ. Absolutely. Key said if a woman checks your Instagram out and you follow as much as you have followers, you're crossed out. Yep. It's pretty humorous, but keep talking about stability, Brittany. Exactly. And if you text her with green message bubbles, you're crossed out as well.
But see, this is the dilemma though, right? What is stability?
Even though I have an Android, I have 2 iPhones and an Android. But if I text her off my Android and don't text her off my iPhone, she's going to disregard me and say, oh, he's weird. He must be a stalker or a serial killer. It's fucking bullshit. Even though Androids are better for business and Google integration, which people don't even know about API integrations, but that's not a here nor there. We're not going to get too technical.
Oh no!
What is stability?
Why is that a trade-off?
Because guys that make a lot of money and that has that level of visibility and that no. It's not.
I hate this narrative. It's not a fucking narrative. It's the goddamn truth. Once you accept the truth, you can accept reality and you can accept your situation. But she's talking about, I hate this narrative. Yeah, nobody wrote this book, baby girl. This has been a practice throughout human history. Even if you look at the beginning of civilization, which came from ancient Mesopotamia, you can clearly see You can clearly see that the men who were strong, powerful leaders, kings, tribal leaders, or whatnot, whatever you want to call them, leaders of dynasties, they had multiple women. Point blank. So if you want the top guy, if you want the top G, bruv, you're going to have to allow him to be shared sexually. Key says, Tino, these women don't know about networking and work phones and business. Come on, man. You can't expect them to think logical or know what work is exactly.
Oh, no.
What is
But
stability?
why is that a trade-off?
Because guys that make a lot of money
Yep.
and that has that level of visibility and that
Yep.
no. It's not a narrative, right?
It's not. Thank God, Anton. Okay. If I had to give Anton a red vitamin score, I would say he's 75% red vitamin. I fuck with it.
Understand this. It's not a narrative, it's a reality.
Yes, King, yes. We gotta cheer the Kings on when they spit in that fire. Yes, like them hoes do.
I'm not even gonna say it's the truth.
Oh, it's reality, baby. It's the truth.
When a guy is at the top of the top, right?
Yep.
I
Top of
don't
the top
even.
meaning
I
what?
don't
Can you
even.
define a little bit more?
Top of the top 10% of earners, meaning that $120,000 earning guy that he mentioned earlier. Oh yeah, you best believe you need to be sharing him because he has enough resources to take care of you and you and you and you and you. I said,
Or a guy that's holding down his household, or a guy that's $100 million man?
It doesn't have to be $100 million. The top 10% of earners earn $100,000 a year. So top 10%, yeah, you're gonna have to share.
And I need to know what you're talking about because I know what my next question is going to be.
Can we get to the root of the numbers, please? Can we just get to the numbers, straight to the numbers? Because the average man makes $44,000 a year. The average black man makes $44,000 a year. The average white man makes $50,000 a year. So, like, come on now. Please, can we just get to the numbers?
Please answer.
Go ahead. What's the next question? What's the next question?
So that's a trade-off. That's it. Like, oops, shit, my bad, y'all. That's a trade-off. That's a trade-off.
And look, like I said, Brittany, she seems like a cool girl, sweet, goofy, outgoing, but unfortunately, she has a bad Carfax. The Carfax is bad. Okay. It's like everything is good on the outside. Like you got this sleek, nice sports car, but then you look at the Carfax and it's got 750,000 miles on it, multiple owners, 3 different accidents, and it's just a fucking mess. And then the car had it had an oil baby. It's looking ridiculous.
Is that a trade-off?
Key says this is why women dating outside of America doesn't work. Those men practice polygyny way more than men over here. Absolutely.
Well, it's always going to be a trade-off.
Is that a trade-off in your relationship?
No. I'm
It's not a trade-off in his and I'm gonna tell you why it's not a trade-off in Anton's relationship. For one, he's a really good guy. Okay, let's keep it a buck. Really good guy, great guy. 2, he's not really. I mean, like I said, I fuck with Anton, but he's not attractive enough to run that play. And I don't know about his pockets. I mean, people have exposed him and whatnot. I don't know if he's an actual millionaire, but I know he makes good money. I know he makes great money, but he doesn't have the physical attractiveness to run that play successfully with multiple women long term. Now, he could run that play, but the thing is, like, the type of woman that he's with is not going to let that play go down. You know, the women who are more open to that tend to be, they tend to have a different look. I'll say that.
Also, it exists.
but I'm
Well, why is
I'm
it not?
different though.
He's different because he's average in looks. That's why. Because he's not that tall. He's not 6 foot. Okay, he's not in shape. So yeah, that's your trade-off right there. The trade-off is his physical attractiveness. Respectfully, but I mean, let's keep it a buck. That's the trade-off. He can't run that play because he's not hot enough.
though.
Why is it not?
I'm different though.
Why is it not?
Well,
Anton, I wish he would just say, look, for one, I'm not that dude who, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not the fucking 6'4" Tyrone. It's not me. He can't run that play. I mean, he could, but he's gonna have to pay. He's gonna have to pay. And he has genuine love, genuine desire in his relationship. Or at least we think, you know. I ain't gonna lie, I saw this commercial that he ran on his on his channel, and it looked like his wife didn't really want to kiss him when he, you know, asked for the kiss. But, you know, anyways, that's neither here nor there. That was just me reading some body language. Key says, LMAO, Brittany got bad credit history. Jim says, wait, but respectfully, you said your girl is a baddie and she lets you run the play. I know you're going to say you're hot enough, but you said typically these women who allow is look on a certain way. Nah, I said, I said that, okay, let me read that again. Respectfully, you said your girl is a baddie and she lets you run the play. No, I didn't say that she lets me run the play. I don't run the play because I know, like, I understand that she'll be like so hurt and shit like that and whatnot. So I don't really run that play. And if I did, it would definitely be a conversation. But she, and then she says, I know you're going to say you're hot enough, which, yeah, I am. I mean, I could run the play, but she going to be sick, you know, so she'll be sick. The women who allow, okay, so when I said the women who allow that look a certain way, usually the more attractive women are open to that, especially with a richer guy. That was my point.
I'm not saying that it's not possible.
I don't give a fuck about majority. Fuck all y'all. I want to talk about you.
All right, that's
why
fine.
is that not a trade-off?
Because I don't.
The trade-off, she's not getting it, and I wish that Anton would, you know, I wish that he would be more honest and say, look, I'm not the pinnacle of sexy, right? Like, if I take my shirt off, okay, let's put it like this. When I go to the pool, I swim with a tank top on. Okay, so I can't run that play. All right. Jim said, so you don't exercise your options. You're the excerpts of high value men. So no, I don't exercise my options because, you know, to me, it's not worth it at this moment. Now, okay. Because I understand how it would make my girl feel, I'm not going to do it. Does that mean that I don't have those sexual urges to do it? No. Okay. Obviously, like, nigga, you already know what it is. Like, men want options. But I care about her feelings, and I don't want her to, you know, be depressed and all this other shit. So I'm not going to do it. Okay. So yeah, that's the reason why I don't do it. All right. But the fact of the matter is, not every guy thinks like me. And, you know, you never know what the future holds. You never know. But this is something that we have discussed, and I know how it will make her feel. So that's why I don't do it. And I mean, I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, if I were to do it, I wouldn't fucking tell her, point blank. I mean, and if I did, I know that it would crush her, so I wouldn't do that. Jim says, okay, I respect it, but if you were to break up, hold on. If you were to break up and get in another relationship, would you negotiate your terms of the relationship at the beginning? If I was to break up with my girl now, I would be completely done with relationships. Like, you know, if I were to break up with my girl now, I would be a bachelor for the rest of my life. So I've already made my mind up on this. Like, if this doesn't work out, then I'm gonna be a bachelor for the rest of my life.
I just don't do that. Like, I don't feel like it's.
Get it expand.
No. I'm gonna break it down. I'm gonna break it down. No.
Tesla said, that is cap, bro. You said you got top from a blue hair chick on TikTok. That was a joke. Come on, dude. Come on, that was a joke.
No. I'm gonna break it down for you.
Let's hear it.
The reason why Anton doesn't do it, like I said, is because I love him to death. He's not hot enough to run that play.
I don't believe that it's worth my time, and my values and my character mean more to me than whatever the opportunities are around.
That was a great answer, though.
Like, I don't do business with everybody, right? I won't rock with nobody just because they get money, or I won't hang out with people just because they're popular. I pick and choose.
And he doesn't have the temptation. See, let me tell you something. When you are a guy like myself, you have a lot of temptation. I'm not saying that my DMs are full of women who are trying to sleep with me like every fucking day, but yes, I have had women who, you know, throw themselves at me when I'm in a relationship. I have all that, okay? So you have temptation as a man. All right? He's not getting that. Like, people are hitting him up about financial advice and how do I do this? How do I get a business started? How can you give me some business advice? Whatnot? Let me join your Patreon. But he doesn't have like hot chicks coming in his DMs trying to fuck him. So there's a difference. Like I said, he doesn't meet the physical respectfully. I like Anton. He doesn't meet the physical standards to run that play. Okay. It's just not going to happen. You don't have, like, he's not like this womanizer. He doesn't have women lining up to suck his dick or something, you know? Whereas like me, if you go to my Instagram, like when bitches be in my Instagram, they'll like fucking 30 pictures and then expect me to slide in their DMs. So it's a way different situation. Tesla says, nah, it wasn't, bro. There was a blue hair chick on your IG story or something because you told me to check your IG. What? I ain't never put no bitch on my story. You got me fucked up.
Who's the people that I surround myself with based off of good character. I have marriage parties. You know what I'm saying? So different from me because I have a different set of, I'm the man that I would want.
Values.
Wait. I'm going to tell you why. I'm the man that I would want my daughter to marry.
It's not values. I'm telling you right now, if Anton looked like Morris Chestnut, he would definitely be exercising his options.
So it's a different.
Tesla says, you must be a smooth talker when it comes to explaining things to your girl. I like it. I don't have to explain anything. Either she gets it or she doesn't. She can believe that I'm cheating on her if she wants to. That's her own prerogative. That's her own feeling. Like, she can feel however she wants. I'm a take it or leave it type of guy. Yeah. And like, even if I did like fuck another girl, I would just be like, yo, you know what I'm saying? Obviously I wouldn't want to break her heart or whatnot, but I would, you know, if she found out that I was fucking another girl or whatnot, I would be like, you know, it is what it is. You know, either you leave or you don't. Point blank. It is what it is. Tesla says, I know it wasn't cap. I know you're exercising. It's straight though. Nah, I'm not, bro. He said, it's not cheating if you're letting your significant other know. Yeah, I agree with that.
Different thing for me.
But you're proving we're on the same page.
Right?
That's exactly my point. A good man of high character.
And this is the issue, okay? A good man of high character and all this other shit that she's talking about, morals, integrity. These men typically are not hot. There you have it. There you have it. And I'm not saying that like attractive guys don't have good character or whatnot, but it has nothing to do with, oh, he's got more character. The moral character and integrity is telling the truth to your woman that, hey, I'm gonna exercise options and boom, boom, bap. That's the integrity. That's the moral character. It's not that, oh, he's fucking a whole bunch of girls, so he doesn't have morals. No, that's not what it is. The moral character is letting the woman know that this is what the relationship is going to be. Key says, people was talking about you smashing Alyssa off the podcast in the comments of the podcast. Yeah. And Alyssa made a comment during the podcast. Oh, Reclaim Your Throne is cheating on his girl. Da, 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 da. Like, she said that fucking in 2 podcasts, and it's absolutely not true. But, you know, she said that. And I mean, it is what it is. Jim said you posted a video of your meat. It's showing in one of the videos you posted. What? I ain't posting no damn video of my meat. I mean, I might have posted a video of me in compression shorts, but that ain't posting a video of my meat. What the fuck are you talking about?
Good, a true principles, a true high value man.
Mm-hmm.
Because you can have high value. Scar and Mufasa both had high value. One's very different than the other.
No,
Yes.
Britt.
No. Scar and Mufasa, you obviously didn't watch The Lion King. You obviously don't understand The Lion King. Mufasa was definitely fucking other bitches. Fuck out of here. So let's see. I mean, just in a lion's nature, lions have multiple lionesses that they fuck. Jim said, did your girl get mad at Alyssa comment? I don't think she watched that episode. Jim said, yeah, it was in compression shorts. It was from 2 days ago. You walked up to the camera and tapped your meat. I ain't tapped my meat. I was fucking tapping my wrist. What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, they both are high value in their way. But listen, that's exactly the point. Real men who are devoted to themselves and respect themselves.
No. Yeah, she's wrong. But anyways.
Why would they want that?
Because men want options. Even Anton wants options. He just can't run that play. I'm telling you this right now.
Because
they're out there, though.
That's your best friend. That's your business.
They're out there. They're just not fucking hot. They're not 6'7" phenoms, freak of nature. They're not NBA players. They're not NFL players. They're not fucking, sexy ass men. Okay. They're not that. They're not that. They look like Anton, 5'6", bald, Rick Ross beard, 35% body fat. That's what those faithful men look like. Straight up.
Partner, that's your confidant. That's your therapist.
Key says, what does your chick say about the podcast? LOL, especially about the one with Blaze. She only watches sometimes, so she'll have some comments sometimes, but she doesn't watch all of them. Shorty saying you was touching your meat on cam. Yeah, I wasn't. Yeah, right. Find me that. Please find me that.
It almost maybe sometimes feels like siblings. Like, you know what I mean? Like, that's exactly why I just cannot get with that narrative.
Brittany, I'm telling you, just get a guy who's not hot, point blank. You want a hot guy, get a guy who's not hot.
Fuck that. There are men who have high values, high principles, high moral standards that don't want to fucking stick their dick in everything walking because it's got a fat ass.
But you do realize that those guys is out there, right?
They're out there. They're just not 6'7".
Yes, but that's what I'm saying. So it's not a trade-off.
Yeah, it is a trade-off. You have to trade the physical appearance.
Y'all are winning. There's not a negative trade. That's not a negative trade-off.
The other thing,
Anton, please tell her that you're fucking 5'6", 35% body fat. Why is she acting like she would fuck a guy who looked like Anton? I mean, I love Anton, and I don't think that he's ugly. I just think that he's not what most women are saying that they want. Okay. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Jim said, no, I was talking about the compression short video, one where you can see it and you tapped it. I did not tap it. Get the fuck out of here. Tesla said, if your girl was there when the light-skinned chick went off on you, would she have stuck up for you? No, I wouldn't have asked her to stick up for me.
The other side of that conversation, though, is those guys get looked over. Come on, Britt. Those guys get looked over.
But they're probably not sliding in Instagram girls' DMs. That's the thing. How are you supposed to see them?
But,
bruh, they are sliding in the DMs. They're not getting replies. They're just not sexy. They're not attractive. They're not hot. She's clueless.
But
where they at Whole Foods?
Anton, please stand up and tell her, hey, I'm only 5'6", and I'm 35% body fat. These are the guys that are faithful. Do you want a guy like this? Okay, then. If you're willing to date a guy that looks like Anton, then I would say, okay, Brittany, you're 100% right. Congratulations. Go find your man tomorrow. But she's not. She already said, if he ain't 6'7", if he ain't this, if he ain't hot, if he ain't attractive, if he ain't light-skinned with curly hair and green eyes, fuck out of here.
At 3 p.m. on Sunday?
No. You know where they at?
Home.
No.
Reading the Bible.
No, they were studying. They chilling. They wasn't in the mix.
They're not hot. They're not 6'7". They're not attractive. That's what it is. They're not physically attractive. That's literally what it is. They're not physically attractive. I don't know how many times I have to say it or how I can phrase it differently. But these guys that she's talking about that are faithful and the high moral integrity and they don't want to stick their dick in everything, for one, they have low testosterone. Okay, because they're out of shape and they're 35% body fat. Not saying that this about Anton, but I'm just saying in general, these guys, they don't have that high sex drive. They might even suffer from erectile dysfunction because of the percentage of body fat that they have. So if you're willing to deal with a guy who looks like Anton, let's say 5, I don't know how tall he is per se, but let's say 5'6", 35% body fat, weighs about 225 pounds, maybe 230, then be my guest. That guy's going to be faithful. He's going to be a good guy, all that shit. But if you're not willing to deal with that, then keep it moving. Stop talking. And I really would love to have a discussion with Brittany, although she would probably hate the fuck out of me. But I would love to have this discussion because she just doesn't get it. And Anton was not, I don't think that he was, I think that he was trying his best, but I don't think that he was frank enough with her. Look, I'm different because I look the way that I look. If I was 6'5", chiseled body, bald, with the Rick Ross beard, I would be drowning in pussy. Make the money that I make, I'd be drowning. But I'm not that. So I have to pretty much play my role. It's a give and take. And men know what we know what we can attain, okay? Anton knows that he's not able to just get on Instagram and DM a fucking Instagram baddie. He knows that. He knows they're out of his fucking league. Okay? He knows that. He understands that. That's why he's not exercising options, because he knows that he can't run that play. Straight up. Like if and I'm not saying that I have a 100% success rate, but I have better odds on DM and an Instagram baddie than he does. Okay. That's just the reality of the situation. So, you know, it's a tough thing. It really is, especially it's very tough. Okay. It's a tough pill to swallow, but at the end of the day, she needs to accept this. She needs to accept it. Let's see. Key said, I didn't see any video of Tino touching his junk. Yeah, it doesn't exist. Key said, don't forget Super Saiyan 3 at the end, homie. Okay, I got you. Jim says, no hate, but how tall? But you aren't tall, are you? No, I'm 5'8". Jim says, so do you feel like less of a man next to a 6'5" man who's jacked? No. No, what I'm saying is that's what Brittany's Renner said that she wanted. She said that if you watch the DJ Academics interview, she said that she won't date a guy unless he's 6'5". So that I'm telling you, that's what she wanted. Okay.
All right. They're not at the party.
So how are we supposed to see them if they have no visibility?
They're your best friends.
Yep.
I don't have any guy best friends because
Well,
all the guys
Well, your old guy best friend.
except Prince.
We're not speaking about you specifically, though. We talking about
women in
people
general.
in a general sense. Women friend zone those guys.
Yes, thank God he said it. They friend zone those guys. Why? Now get to the why. Please get to the why, Anton. If you don't get to the why, we're gonna have to chastise you a little bit. Why do they friend zone those guys? Because they're not fucking hot. That's why.
On a regular.
I agree. They do. My friends do not have male friends, but yes, a lot of women do friend zone great guys.
Yes.
And that's
none
what
of my friends have that problem.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. And I mean, if her friends are the ones that we looked at earlier, a lot of your friends are ugly as shit. So, I mean, it is what it is. Jim says, are you athletic enough to do the worm dance? Hell yeah. I used to do the worm all the time.
No, we don't. It's fucking cobwebs. We all trying to figure it out. But
it's because your friends are whores, they're sluts, and they slept around in their youth, and now they're upset that they are manless. That's literally what it is. Tesla says, have you ever been friend zoned? No, I don't think so. I've been rejected, but I haven't been friend zoned. Like If I get rejected, I block a bitch. Like if you reject me, you're blocked.
I think it's safe to say majority probably do friend zone great guys. Yes. But a lot of girls, they don't have true guy friends because it only would take one opportunity for them to, like, if I just gave you the go, oh, now here we are sleeping together. Now you're not my best friend anymore.
But then they will let
That's
the
the
dude
point.
that don't care shit about him bust him down though.
That's the point.
They will have sex with the guy that don't care about him, but the guy that's been rocking.
He said, I friend zone myself with a big girl to get to her friend. Yeah. I mean, oh no, yeah, of course. I mean, I'm friends with a lot of larger women, but I didn't get friend zone. It's just that, yeah, I don't want to fuck you. So yeah, we can be friends. I'll smoke a blunt. We could play spades. We can, kick shit, whatever. We can play basketball. I don't want to fuck you. So I don't even think about it as being friend zoned. Tesla says, okay, well, have you ever walked past or had to make eye contact with a chick who's rejected you in the past? Yeah, sure. I mean, I've got rejected by girls at the gym and shit. It is what it is. Shit. You just keep it moving.
Rocking with them for an extended period of time that actually had they best interest at heart, they will look them over and say, well, I don't want to mess up the friendship. That's the guy that
I think that's personally crazy. I think like that the friend.
That's literally what your best friend did. That's literally what you did with your best friend. You said he tried you and he messed up the friendship by trying you. Point blank. When he was a good catch, he was a good guy for 10 years. You were his friend. Then he wanted to have sex with you. And now, oh, I can't be friends with him no more. Why? He was a great guy. Why? Because he's probably not physically attractive to her.
Friendship, and I'm learning more about this. Even in my last relationship, I don't think I focused enough on our friendship. Like I didn't really look at him as
well,
a friend.
you're in a unique situation because you got so many other factors that you got to consider outside of what normal, regular, everyday women have to consider, right? You got to watch out for the snakes. You don't know what true intentions are.
Yeah.
Then when, just like you described earlier, and being realistic, you don't know how they're going to react once they get into the spotlight or somebody take a photo with you and TMZ showing up outside of your door. And that's a completely different conversation, right?
Yeah.
He said, probably because you be salsa dancing in the gym, hitting spin moves, all jokes. Yeah, nah, that's not why I got rejected. Sometimes you just get rejected because the women are not interested in black men. So I mean, they don't explicitly say that, but you can tell. So that's some of the reason why. But usually, like all the workouts that I do in the gym actually work to my benefit. Like they actually get me pussy, not lose me pussy. But yeah, I mean, most of the times that I've been rejected, it was by white girls who just like didn't date black guys.
So it's different for you, but in a general sense, I would say that most women have passed over the guy that they were supposed to marry.
And there we have it. We are done with this breakdown. It was a pretty good breakdown. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Hopefully we got we're going to get the watch time to 4,000 watch hours. But yeah, this is good. This is good. Tesla says, do you stink in the gym from the workouts you do since you sweat so much? Nah, because I wear deodorant. I put cologne on. I put Gold Bond on my balls. And you know, no, I don't stink. I have a good diet. So when I sweat, I actually don't stink. My farts don't stink either, respectfully. I know that's kind of TMI, but you know, I'm just keeping it up. Anyways, we're going to go ahead and get up out of here. Key says Super Saiyan time. Yes, it is Super Saiyan time. I'm going to go Super Saiyan 3, guys, because this was a great stream and you guys gave me your energy. So we're going to go Super Saiyan 3 and get up out of here. I appreciate you guys. You already know what it is, man. It's your boy, Reclaim Your Throne. Make sure you like, comment, share, subscribe. Send your relationship question to the email down below with a screenshot of your cash app so I know you pay your husband. Y'all need to be on your motherfucking name with the BS. And you already know. Reclaim your throne. Now it is time to go Super Saiyan 3. Let's get it. Let's get it. YouTube, give me your energy. Ha! 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 Ha!
Reclaim your throne.